So method overloading is an object-oriented programming concept. And we know that Java supports the overloading of methods. Let's see one of an example before I explain more or like give more theoretical uh, knowledge about it. Let's see one example of method overloading. Where did I keep it? I think I have already today, for sake of time, I have already created lots of classes uh, and or like lots of Java files with all the concepts. So it will be easy for us to go through any of the concepts. So we'll start with method overloading. Need to recall where the file is. We're learning Java. Method overloading. Where did I keep it? I think interface. No, advanced Java concepts. Okay. Okay. So this is one of the method overloading class. So I have named the class as method overloading P1. And you can see that this class has lots of methods with same names. So like one is int, which has two arguments. First one is integer x and second one is integer y. So this is one of the method. The second method has same name as the first method. So it's like you have two methods, but the second one is little bit different. What is different here? There are three integer variables. So you see the arguments are different, right? And again, the operation inside the method can be different as well. It does not matter, but overloading is on the name. So you have same name of the methods, but different arguments. So when your compiler, when your compiler tries to call a method, it will see what you're passing in, and based on whatever you have passed in your main, it would go to the class or the object, and it will choose that specific method based on the number of input parameters and type of input parameters. So we have seen all the data types are in here, but if you go down, you will see double. So see, these are like the double, has the same name as the others. So all the methods have same name, but they have like different parameters, different number of, or like different types of data type and different number of arguments. Arguments are nothing but uh, the values which we are passing to this method. So we have, so we are doing an add operation. So through add method, and we see that there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around 6 different types of add methods here. So one takes like two integer values, one take like three integer value, one takes two double values and return a double type of data. And again, yeah, so all this are like different ways where you can initialize a method for method overload. Now I'll go to the main class and I'll show like how do we call them. So I have main class here, method overloading main. I have created an object of our previous class which we wrote. So method overloading P1. So I'm creating an object called example of this. And now I'll start calling different add methods in it. So if you see, I'll use the example as my object. I'll pass the method add. And when I pass 5 comma 3, when my compiler comes here to execute this part of the code, it will come to this line. And when it comes to this line, it will see, okay, I have to go to so there's an object already created from a method overloading P1, and it says I have to add, and then it sees 5 comma 3. So it will go back to my main program, and then it will check for, so 5 is integer and 3 is again an integer. So it will by itself, like Java by itself will look for um, method which accepts two integer values. So when it comes here, it will see the first one. It says add int x comma int y. So it will choose this one and it will not choose the others, because like the others would be asking for more number of integers. So it knows like this is the one it has to choose from. So this is for the first one. Similarly, second one, in this example, we are calling example.add uh, 5, 3, and 2. So now here we are passing three arguments, right? So based on the three arguments, again, your compiler will go to your main class. It will check which one to choose. So it will look for the method which has three integers. So int x, y, and z. So similarly, all these values x, 5, 3, and 2, uh, this method will be chosen for it. And value of 5 will be assigned to x, value of 3 will be assigned to y, and value of 2 will be assigned to z. And then you can operate on these variables inside your method. So now x will become 5, y will become 3, z will become 2. Now you can do whatever operations you want, and then you can return back the value. Because every method has a return type. Return type means like if you write void here, that means like the place from where you're calling is not expecting anything back from this method. But if you write it as int, that means this method is expecting a value from, or like this main, or from wherever you're calling this method is expecting a value to be returned. So this is the return type. So if there's a three number, 5, 3, and 2, it will be added here, and then that number will be returned back to your main one. So this is how it works. And second time, if we pass like a fractional number or 5.5 or 3.3 or 3.2, your compiler will already understand that this is like double type of a data, or it will come here, it will look for either float or double, but once it finds like double, it will choose this one and it will return from this one. So this is example of method overloading. Now we can go ahead and run this code and see what happens. So I'll go to my main class because main class is from where my execution starts. I've written a very simple code here, which will go ahead and call all the methods of name add with different arguments and execute them. So when I run my program, I can see that all the methods were executed successfully. So adding two integer numbers, so this is the one, and it sent add 5 comma 3, so 5 plus 3 is 8. So in this method, the 5 plus 3 process or like operation took place, and after adding, it returned this number 8, and 8 was displayed with the help of this part. So similarly, for three integers, we pass 5, 3, 2. The output of that is 10, and it's here. The second one is 5.5 plus 3.2. It's a double type of data type. And again, addition of this is here, and so on. So this is one of an example of method overloading. So let's see what are few important points of method overloading, or why do we do them. Java supports method overloading, and then we can say that Java identifies or distinguishes Yes, distinguish between um, methods and method signature. So a scenario when the same class has two, or as we saw right now, two or more methods with same name. So for example, we had add as the method name, but with int x comma int y. Let me do a return type for us so that it's easy. And we had int, or we can say int add with int x, y, and z. X, y, and int z. So with same name and having different functions or different parameters. So we have same name but different number of arguments, and each does like a different function.
Hi, sure.
Yeah.
So like just to confirm, the
Mhm.
the the commands like the class will be and the methods is going to be written in another, like in this method overloading, it will be written in one place, then we would execute the codes in another, like in another class. So there'll be two different classes, right? For this method overloading, right? So like here now, you run the code here, then on the method overloading P1 class, you wrote
Mhm.
down the the commands, right? So it is how it is normally, like you can't have everything in one file, is what I'm trying to ask. Is it possible to have this both classes in one file? I don't know if my question makes sense.
Okay, so uh, can you split your questions a little bit? So you have asked too many questions, I guess. So
Okay. Yeah, so this one you are opening is where the command is written, that is the methods are written, right? In this. So then you run the code in method overloading main.
correct.
So, okay, so is that, can we have both? Okay, but we can't have both of them because they are in different classes. Okay, sorry, you've answered my question. I was,
Oh, this is how we do it. That's what is your question. Like
yes,
why do we do it, or this is how we do it?
no, why do we do it? Like, why are we splitting it into two classes? Like, why?
Okay, the main reason of doing this is like you can instead uh imagine if you don't do this, right? If you don't write a class, or if you don't have this class, ignore
Mm-hmm.
this class. Maybe this class is not there, P1. So what you would do is like you would have to write this entire code
Mm-hmm.
in this file, in the main file, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then you will be calling these functions from this main file. So one time it's executed, you're fine. But imagine I want to run this code again with different, or like imagine uh, I, I want to do this instead of this part. We have example 2. And now I want to run these same things with different values, or not. Like this example will not be a very good example for it, but you're trying to create what we say. We're trying to create an object here. So like in array, we were storing same kind of numbers, and hence we were using that. So it was easy for us to do through arrays. But through classes, you have to, um, there'll be like different types of values, uh, like name, age, and country, so things like that. So like different values, you're creating one instance of that class, and the what I'm trying to say is like you have to create this class one time and you can use it multiple times. You don't have to
Okay.
create this class again and again.
Okay. Okay. I
And you
now
can
understand.
do this multiple times because you're creating an object for it. So that's what it's like.
Okay. Okay.
Explanation for that.
Thank you. So once you create it once, you can just use it for multiple, depending on the values you have, right? Simple. Yeah. Okay. So just like a template, kind of.
Yes, this one will be your template.
Okay.
You will
Okay.
be creating, yeah, this one is like template and you will be calling it from your main class.
Oh,
But before calling it, you have to create an object of the template. You have to tell them, okay, there is a temp. So it's like, how we say, so it's like, let me open my paint and give you a quick explanation. My system is really slow today, I guess. Hmm, paint. Wow, this looks like a new paint. Oh, it works. Okay, so let's take a easy example, okay?
mm-hmm.
So we have a class written here. Okay, it has like name, it has like ID, it has like country. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of the class. Now I want to I want to create from my main class. Okay, what I will do is I want to create these three things for Adi, and I want to create these three things for Shrikant. Right? I want to do this. Imagine
Mm-hmm.
this thing, Shrikant, okay? So what
Mm-hmm.
I do is like first I will create this object, one object for this class, which we do here. Like right? By
Yeah.
the help of this sentence, we are trying to create an object. So what I will do is I will for this class maybe call it as person. So what I'll do is for person, I will create ID as one object, and then I will create one more object of this person. I'll call Shrikant, right? And then I'll write everything else here. New of person and everything will remain the same,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So that way for Addy, this object is created. So if I want to do anything, any operation, if I want to know your name, if I want to know your ID, if I want to know your country or work or anything, I will refer to this object because this has all your data. But if I want to refer or like if I want to see my information, then I will refer to this object called Shrikant, which will store all my data. So that way, I'm writing this class only one time. This was written only one time, but I'm using it multiple times. So like for Adi, Shrikant, I can do Cheryl, Shalem, Priya, everyone. So
Okay.
writing this this base class one time because we need this blueprint. Again, the operations which it can do. So all these operations are nothing but methods. So methods will do all the operations within this class. Okay. So now
Yeah.
we're trying to see the methods on like how do we, what are the various what are the various ways of working with this method. So now we are trying to see that part. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
No worries. So method overloading is one part where we have said, okay, method overloading has two main things. Okay. Now, why we use method overloading? because the first thing is provides flexibility. Second is saves memory and saves time. And it provides flexibility how it's like we can call same method with uh, different data types. It's like for the examples which we took, we can add, you know, two numbers, three numbers, floating type, and integer, or uh, yeah, floating type or integer, all through one method. And that way we would know that, okay, this method is going to add it, and the values you can supply is up to you. So that's the flexibility which you have. So you don't have to have like various numbers of same similar methods, which are doing like same kind of thing. So you don't have to write like add integer, or like you don't have to name it like add to integer, uh, and then add three integer. Instead instead of this, you can just name it as add and supply int x, int y, and you can also have add int x, int y, int z. So this is one of the advantage which we have, and the flexibility, and it saves memory plus saves time. And method overloading can be done in two types. And we have seen both in our example. So I will copy and paste the example, which is here. So we can see the two types of method overloadings are, the first is number of arguments. See, if you call add 5 comma 3, it will choose this one and it will not choose this one, because we are sending only two arguments. So when you call add 5 comma 2, it will choose this one. And if you call add 5 comma 3 comma 2, it will choose this method. So this is on number of arguments. And the second type is by changing argument data types. Okay. So if you call add 5.1 comma 5.2, since this is double type of a data type, it instead of choosing this one, your compiler will see the data type and then it will choose. So this is another type of method uh, overloading. So there are two types of method overloading, and I'll discuss them both. Any questions in method overloading? If not, let's practice this quickly. I have like 2 minutes for it. So create um, a class.
Sorry,
This,
Shrikant, may I ask a question?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I noticed that when you're doing the method overloading,
Hmm.
you are storing the methods. There's no main, like it's just public class. Uh, how come like the other class has the main and this one doesn't have?
I didn't understand your question. Can you
So
repeat it?
if you go to the other class and you see it's public static void main,
Okay.
there's no that is not here. There's no main method, is it called?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is that?
Again, I have to always take you all through painting and
Mhm.
explain again and again this. So we all have to come into one understanding, which is your main class is to do function on the class, right? Or like do operation, or like it will tell your compiler on the execution steps which it is doing. But this class is to define a blueprint, or like define um what do you say? Yeah, define a blueprint, to be honest. There's no
Okay.
other option or explanation for it. So in this one, uh in this class,
Hmm.
what you're trying to do is like, okay, uh, in this class, you're just trying to define what this class will do, but you would be uh, working with this class here. Like you'll use this class, or like you will tell your compiler to use or like to use all their methods and
Got it.
show you output here. But yeah,
Okay.
that's what you'll use it for.
Got it. So
And you will not write these methods here
Mhm.
as well. If you write this method here, that means like you're kind of creating what do you say, method in the same class and trying to use all the methods of uh, this class. You can do it, but then that takes away uh, the oops concept. If you try to create your methods and main all your classes and main in the same one.
Mhm.
So hence it's a good practice to separate them out, create a class with all the initiation variable plus all their methods, and then with the help of your main class, create an object and then keep calling this class objects. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you've already gone through this before, but what is the point of this public static void main? Why is it used only to kind of work on the objects and
Okay.
yeah.
So we will be covering this static topic
Hmm.
right after overloading. So then you will understand what is this static and
Okay.
why do we have this. Plus, we will be covering on what is public, what is I think you already know about void. Void is like it will not return anything. But
Mm.
what is public, what is static, and why this one and everything in like very small time. So we
Okay.
will go there. Yeah, so you
Thank
have
you.
to hold on a little bit for that, and then you will understand. And I think this uh what we say main overloading is
Mhm.
coming right after our uh method overloading concept is done. So give
Sounds
us
good.
a little bit of time, okay? And then you will understand. And by end of
Sounds
the
good.
session, if you still have questions, I will answer them.
Got it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No worries. Okay, so where we were was method overloading. So we have kind of completed method overloading. I want you to practice this code in your machine so that you're you're aware of it. So you can have same naming convention as mine. That way it will be easy for you to distinguish in your system itself. So you can create a class called method overloading P1, and I will paste all these methods for you so that you don't have to write it. To create a class called method overloading P1 and copy all these methods into the class. So once done, create another class, but this time create it with main included. And you can name the class as method overloading main.
சரி நீங்களா சொல்லுங்க நான் வரேன்
Sorry, Priya, you wanted
Petri.
to say something?
Hi Shri.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is there any question?
actually I have did one of the code like this in the last assignment.
Okay. And it didn't work or it worked?
Yeah, it's working, it's working.
Oh, it's working. Okay. Yeah, yeah, you did one of the code, but I don't know if you did overloading there. Maybe
Yeah,
no.
yeah, yeah,
You
while
did.
loading is there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, then you don't have to do that. For others, like you can copy paste the code which is here, which is kind of calling each and every method with different parameters. And then run your code and see if you're getting same output or not. Then we'll move to the next topic. Let me know once that's done. Done. Perfect.
So just the two classes we had to make, right? Not the main method
Oh, no,
exit
no.
exercise.
This is I'm getting ready
Okay.
for the next topic.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I think everyone should be done by this, and we'll move to the next topic now. So next topic is a question on can we do overloading on main method itself, right? Question would be, can you overload main method? The answer for this is yes, you can overload main method, but with a small catch, saying that your JVM, which is like Java Virtual Machine, responsible for running your code, will look for public static void main, and it should have string argument. So you have to make sure that your main method from wherever you're calling your JVM or like wherever your main method is should at least have this return one time. And because your JVM will try to, or like for JVM to even run your code or even to execute your code, it should always have this statement. If it does not find this statement, it does not know. It does not know where to start your coding from. So you can have multiple main in your code. You can have more number of mains with just
So
sorry.
please please can I share my screen? If you don't
Yes.
mind, just this last. Okay,
Okay.
you
What?
are sharing your screen. Oh, so I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me. No, can you see my screen?
Okay.
I don't like it's showing error. I like I've
Yeah.
been able to copy it correctly, but so when I came in to check the error, it's saying syntax error on token on the point as expected. I don't know why.
Because you don't have main, because you forgot to put the main, the one which I'm just talking about. So you have to uh, go go to line number three.
Okay.
Line number three. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yes. At the end, go to the end, complete end. Press and enter. Okay. Write public static space. Public and static and space. Public static. Then type void space void space void space main, and then give a open bracket,
Now come back. It's going to embarrass me again.
the curly one, the C, the one
Yeah,
which is top of mine.
I know. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and then type like strings, strings, or like string, sorry, capital S,
Mm-hmm.
R I string,
Mm-hmm.
and then square brackets open and close, space args, square bracket open and close.
Like,
Uh, no, this is curly brackets. Let me give it to you. Hold on. You can go to hellobio.java or any other program, and then I will ask you to copy it from there. Yeah, see this
mm,
complete sentence of public static void main string arguments. Yeah, copy this completely. Perfect. And then paste it here. So what happened is like your program does not know from where it has to start. And then since
okay.
you're starting it, you have to close with one more bracket. There is two brackets open, so you have to close all the two brackets. In line number 14,
Yeah,
add one more closing bracket of this is called flower bracket, what you see in 13. Yeah.
yeah.
So close that. Because you have opened it twice, right? So now it's all fine. So you
Okay.
by this you mean that there's a your compiler does not know from where it is starting or what it is doing here. So what this when it sees this public static void main, it gets to know, okay, this is my starting of the program, and from here I have to execute, right? Okay,
Okay.
so save this one, Control S, save. Before running anything, you have to always save.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Oh, and sometimes your compiler does it by yourself. Okay. So now you see all the numbers are being added.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So that is
Okay.
very important. And now we are going to see why that is important. The
Okay. Let
the
me.
concept is the concept which I'm explaining now is on why this is important.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Okay. So yes. So when what I was telling was like your public static void main, right? Uh, for JVM to start your execution, it will always go ahead and look for public static void main. If it does not find this, it will throw an error. Let's see how that happens. So I've already written the code. So you can see I have, let me comment this. I have very, okay, this is calling these two. So let me comment these two line also. So I have a code which says public static void name, void main and string. So right now my compiler knows that this is the main class. It will go ahead and execute this and it will say I'm in main with string arguments, right? Now, what if I don't have main with the string arguments? Let's see what happens. So I'll comment this part, control this, and I will not, I'll uncomment this part. Here it says public static void main, but you see it does not have any strings in it, right? Now, if I try to execute this code, I'll get an exception or like there will be an error saying that uh, please define the main method as public static void main string args. So that your this tells you that your program will not get executed because your JVM could not find this public static void main. Okay. Uh, hence This is very important. So see, there's no compilation error because there's no problem with the syntax. Everything is fine. You can have as many number of methods. Uh, Let me uncomment this. See, you can have as many main methods, but for your Java to start, it has to find your this method, public static void main with string arguments. Once it finds this one, after which you can have like the main methods and you can call them from this method. So this is your main method. I can call uh, main. If I don't pass any value, it will go to this one. If I pass like Shrikant into the main method, then it will go to this one and then it will say this, right? So now let's execute this code to see this explanation. So your execution started, JVM went to this part first. After it went to this part, it executed this line, the one which is in the first one. I am in main with string arguments. So we see this part being displayed. Then it went to the second main, and this main got easily executed because it went to this one and it's not passing any arguments. So it just called this one and whatever is inside this got executed. We see it says I'm in main now. And then after which we pass like Shrikant here. So I can say, mm, let's say this, and then I execute. And then when we say main with Shrikant as an argument, it will choose this main, and then it will display this sentence. Okay. So this is, uh, some interview questions people ask like, can we overload the main method? You can say yes, but the catch behind that would be like, uh, your Java code should have public static void main with string arguments because that's how your Java or JVM machine knows my execution is going to start from this point. And uh, inside this main class where you define the execution steps, you can call other main methods by passing values or by not passing any values. Okay. So I hope this concept is clear. Uh, I will be pasting this code. Please, what do you say? Please practice it in your window as well. I'll give you 2 minutes.
So, sorry, Shri.
Yeah.
So basically, this public start void main, like in the middle one, that's line 10. There's no string, or like line 11, there's no string
Yes.
args attached. Why? Like, is it that it will prioritize, like,
No. So this, consider this like a method, okay? Consider this like a method. Uh, for time being, you know, this is kind of confusing. Think of this like an interview kind of a question when people do ask this, but this will confuse you a lot.
mm-hmm,
Just yeah,
mm-hmm,
for time being, I would say, uh, yeah, don't put too much stress on this topic because this is for like little bit advanced level. You just concentrate on this point where, uh, imagine of this scenario like this, where you have a class. I mean, this is your class and there's a main method. You are calling this main method. I mean, when you execute this code, right? When you save it and execute, when you press this green button, your
mm-hmm,
Java compiler comes to this part. It will see main. It will execute this first sentence. And then when you say main, what it means is it will go and try to find this main method in this class. So whatever the class where you are. So in this class, it will try to find the main method and it's not passing any argument, right? So if you go down, it will find this main method, right? Because this is the main method with no arguments. So what it will do is it will go inside this and it will execute whatever you write here. So if I write like 5 sentences here, I'm in main now, and then I will write like uh, addy exp, right? So then
mm-hmm.
it will go ahead and execute these two, and then control will be sent back to this sentence. So this is your main, right? So when your JVM comes, it will execute this first line. then it will execute the second line. So execution of second line means like calling this main method. So when it calls this main method, it will search for the main method, and then it will go here, it will execute these two lines, then it will send back the control to this line. After that, it will execute this one. So while executing this one is again called main, but it is having a name called Shrikant. So instead of looking at this main, now it will look for this one, main string arguments. Why? Because you're passing a string argument, right? I said in method, if you are passing an argument, then your Java is so smart that it will try to look for some. So this is string type of a data type, right? So it will try to look for wherever there is main with string. So we see the main with string here. So it will go ahead and it will execute this one, right? So now let me execute this code again and then show you what happens, or whatever I've told you, that's what it is going to execute. So we see this line being executed first, then it went to the main, and then it executed these two lines. It came back to this one, and then it went to this flow, main Shrikant, and then it executed this part of the code. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. If you're
Shrikant?
not understanding this concept completely, it's okay. You just have to know that there's a main class which derives your execution, right? Imagine like this one as the boss. It will tell your compiler, okay, your compiler will come to your boss, and then your boss will tell, okay, execute all these statement one by one. So it will go to the first statement, it will execute this. Then it will see main. When it sees main, this is method, right? So it will go to the main method and it will say whatever is there in this method, it will explain, it will execute everything. Then it will come back here, and then again it will go to the next line, and it will go to the next method. So it came to this method, it executed whatever is here, then it came here, and then finally all your statements are executed. That means your program is complete. All the things what you write in this main is like a this one is like a driver file. So each and every sentence what you write here is going to get executed.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Shrikant, can we call the main methods like main and the one that you have in the first main method there with string arguments? Can
Mm-hmm.
you call those two main even in the last one, because the last one also has string arguments? Or does it have to be the first main method that you're
Okay,
calling?
so when I'm sending string,
Mm.
it is calling this one. It is not calling this one. This is like the consider that your imagine like water, right? Water will fall from up and then it
Mhm.
will go down. So similarly, it will never go to this main. This main is only one time. Your
Okay.
JVM to know that it has to start here, and after that, whatever you're writing here, it's
Mm.
it's going to be from down, like
So
from other.
what will happen if we copy that main and the main Shrikant and paste it in the one that is at the end, the bottom string
Okay,
with the
so you want to copy this and paste where?
no, the opposite. Like the main that you have in the first main method,
Yeah.
main and main Shrikant. So only the two yeah, only those two. If you paste it in the last one,
Oh, oh,
inside
okay.
the last main method, what will happen?
I see, I see. So now what it will do is it will ignore, because in this one, so this is your main string, right? Your JVM does not know about these two because you didn't tell them. You didn't tell the JVM what to do. So
Uh-huh.
this whatever you write here
Hmm.
will only this will tell your JVM to do
Okay.
things. Like if you don't write anything. So let me execute this.
Okay,
See,
I
it
just
just it
noticed
just
one
it,
thing.
yeah, it just executed this line because your JVM does not even know that these two methods are there. But
Mhm.
imagine now you tell your JVM, okay, there is a method called main, right? I told like, okay, there's a method called main and you have to execute that. So it will come here. Then you see it executed main. Now
Mhm.
in my third one, or like this one, now if I call this, right, I'm telling, okay, you know what? Go to go to the main with Shrikant. But again, same, I can't call the same method from itself. I mean, I can do it, but I don't want to do it right now. So see what it's doing is like now the execution will be, it went to this main, executed everything from this main. Then it went to this main Shrikant. It executed this line. And then here again, you're calling this main. So it's kind of executing this one again. But
Okay.
for deriving all this or like the execution steps is all given through this one. So this is your main code. Whatever
Okay.
you write or uh, whatever steps you define here, based on that, your program will be executed. So main is for that. Main has
Okay.
the execution steps.
Got it.
With
I
that.
also just noticed that the first main method has string and then the square brackets, and the last one has doesn't have that.
Okay.
So
Yeah. So
yeah,
if I put this, then it's like same thing, no?
right, right.
Yeah. So this is not method overloading. Then you're doing method copy pasting 2 times.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
method overloading, there is two rules of method
Mm-hmm.
overloading that it should. The first one is number of arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is by changing the argument data type. So you have to make sure that there is no duplicate. If you have duplicate, then it's an error. That is like not defining your method overloading properly.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. Let's move to the next topic. We have covered method overloading and then an interview question called, can we overload a method? And we said yes. And how do we do it is also done. And I'll copy. Did I send you guys the code for method overloading?
No, not yet.
Not for this one, no? Okay.
Yes.
So just create one main method and then paste this part of the code. And next class, I'll be asking these questions. Today, I explained like 5 times, and I want the opposite. Next time, everyone should know if we can do method overloading and how do we do it. So copy paste this code. And again, if you don't copy or like if it does not work for you right now, it's fine because I at the end of the session, I anyway share all the files. Then you can directly use that file to execute it. But I want you guys to have this code for now so that we are in same boat. I want to move to next topic very quick. Closing this, next topic is this. Okay, so JVM, this part is explained. Let's go to next topic, which is this keyword. Okay. Again, now this is very important topic. It's called this keyword, right? Now we will see when do we use this keyword or like why is this required. So to explain this, we have to see one example. Okay. So if we have a class, right? We have a class called this keyword. Just this is just a class name, nothing much. So we have a class called this keyword. Okay. It has two variables, A and B. Very simple. And I'm creating a method called add. And I'm adding and I'm receiving these two variables. Sorry. I think someone is on mute. Can you please mute yourself? Or else we'll keep hearing some noise. Okay. So we have a method called int a and int b. We have a method with two arguments or parameters, int a and int b. And what I'm doing here is I'm trying to paste the value of A, which I'm receiving from my main class or wherever I'm initiating my object. From there, I'm passing two values A and B, and I'm storing it here, A and B. So now, uh, let's try to execute this code. It's very easy code. You're just you have two numbers A and you have two variables A and B. You will be passing values into this A and B, storing these values somewhere, and displaying these values. You're not even adding. You're just displaying the same values A and B. Okay, very simple code. Nothing. No, nothing fancy. You have so from my main, I will create an object of this keyword class, right? So in my main, I've created one object called cal, C-A-L, of this keyword, new of keyword. What I'm doing here is I'm calling this method now by passing two values to add. So I have called cal and I'm passing value 5, comma 5. So don't go on the naming of the method. Just think of it as a method called add, which has value of 5 and 5. When I see the add method is just changing, it's just assigning these values to A and B. It's not doing anything for now. So it receives 5 and 5. And in general, what it should do is it should assign these values to 5 to A and 5 to B, right? That's what would happen when we call this part. And then when we display, it will display the value of A and B. So now let's execute this code and see if it works. Uh, so I'll execute the code. I see answer as 0 and 0. Can someone explain me why did we get answer as 0 and 0? Or like any clue on why did we get answer as 0? Because we are passing value of 5 and 5 here. So if you see our main class, I mean like the class of, the class where it has to perform the operation of assigning a value of 5 to A and 5 to B. Why did it not assign it properly? There is one reason.
Uh, I'm thinking because in the class, we're using the same field name with the same variable name, so it doesn't know which is which.
Yeah, that's true. And hence there's a confusion. There's a confusion that which A is what? Is it the class A or is it the A which we are getting from the main class, right? So to overcome this problem, because this problem is like very, this problem occurs like most of the time, they came up with a keyword called this. What this keyword does is it tries to remove this ambiguity of which A is what. So when you say this dot A, it means when you say A, this part, it will refer to that object's variable, right? So when you say this, it means this one. And when you say this, it means this one. This dot A means your objects A and B. And this, the ones which is without this is considered to be your variables, which is coming from your main method, right? So now if I try to execute my code from my main, I can see the value is being assigned properly, which is 5 and 5. So this is the keyword which you have to use only in the instance where your uh, method parameter name is same as your variable names of your class, right? So if they have same name, you have to make sure that you use this in order to get rid of the ambiguity which your Java compiler might face. Like how Salem told us that it there's a confusion on what is what. So to remove that, we use this, and this refers to your object's instance variable. So this one, A and B. And the other one would be your passing value. Okay. Any confusion here? It's easy topic, but very important. Without this, it's or like this keyword is very important because most of the time we end up giving same name as um, the parameter or like the variables or like initial variable name or object
Sure.
variable name. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, please. Can you just explain it just one more time? Just,
Yeah.
just if you can, just, just a recap again. I'm kind of confused, but
Okay, no worries. So let's try this again. Um, so well, this is what I wanted. Okay, so
okay,
see,
yeah.
so there are like two. I have created two class. Okay, this one is my main class. Main class. Whenever I say main class, that means my JVM or like the Java will use that main class for executing steps, right? So main class I wrote like this line will create an object. Let me open my paint also meanwhile. I should not close my paint. Okay. So what I'm doing is the let me create my I'm creating one instance. Okay. So let's see where this instance is. Uh, so this one cal. Okay. When I create this line number 7 here, right? When my Java will see this line which says this cal equals to new of this keyword, it will do this. It will create one space and it will call it as cal and it will have two things in it, A and B. Right now, there is no value to it, right? Because you're not passing anything. So it will do this cal and it will have A and B. In next sentence, you're telling cal dot add 5 comma 5, right? So this one. So when it comes to this line cal dot add 5 comma 5, your flow will go back to your class and it will look for this add method. So it saw this add. It will send this 5 value from here to this int a. So there is an integer variable called a will have value of 5. And similarly, there's an integer variable called b will have value of 5 because you're passing it here. Simple. Did you understand until this point?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now what we are doing is if you don't tell compiler that this A and this A are different, like your compiler has some issue in understanding these two A's because it don't if you see here, if you type A equals to A, it does not know which A is what. Is this A belongs to cal or this A belongs to the calling method uh, variable. So this A belongs to this. So to remove this ambiguity, we have a keyword called this. If we say this, this, it means we are referring to these variables and not this one. Okay?
Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
This,
So,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
so
I
if you say
understand.
this dot A and this dot B, it would know that it's from here. And if you don't say anything, it will know that it is from this method. And that way you can now assign these values of A into here and B in this place.
Okay, now I
Okay,
understand. Thank you very much.
no worries. I'll keep this open because we might need it. Okay, and then display will just display the values. Okay, perfect. So this is the concept of this. Where's my notes? This keyword. This keyword is used to refer variables of the objects and remove and between you can say instance variable and method parameters. Okay, I hope this is very clear. And for this to happen, make sure I like when to use this. When to use this. When instance variable and uh, method variables have same name. Okay, I'll be giving you this code or create a class called this keyword and oh, you know what? I'll copy paste the entire file. So this is your this keyword class file, and this is your main class file. Okay, please copy these two and execute it on your machine. See the difference. I'll give you 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I'll put this in your notes. This keywords. Perfect. I hope this keyword everyone are clear, and we will move to the next topic. Start.
Hi, Shri.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have one doubt. So we are calling it as an instance variable.
yeah.
So can we call it as a class variable?
Class variable. So again, for let's go back to this. So if you're referring to any variables here, you will call
Okay.
it as class variable. But if
Yeah.
you are referring to variables by
Yeah.
calling this one, so then
From the
it
main.
yeah,
Yeah.
then you call instance variable because you're
Okay.
sending these values into this object. So object
Okay.
is only as an instant of this class, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not for all the time. So this
Yeah.
will be your instance variable and this will be your like class variable.
Okay.
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 Mm. Where was the other class? Why did I close it? P1 Java, Java P1.main. Okay. Is everyone done? Like the code which I've sent you, did you run it? See if it's working fine or not?
Yes, yes, Shri.
Okay, perfect. Let's move to the next topic, which is this, which is static. Uh, and I think this will help us solve Cheryl's question also. Hmm. So for static methods, which one should I use? I'll be using main key two. Let me close this part. Where is it? It's static. So static is a keyword which we have to use, and it's mainly used for memory management. We will slowly see why is static required. So let's see because you see static in every code which you have written until now, because you see static written in, it's always attached with the main one. The main class is your static class. So why do we need this? The first is for memory management. Right? And you can apply static keyword to variables and to methods. Okay. You have up until now, you have always used it with method, and the method which you have always used is called main method, right? I hope everyone is clear with this part, the main method, because you have been using main since now. So that is a method. So we have used with that, but we can also use it with variables. We will see when is static required and why is it required. The static is used for memory management. It's used in variables and methods. So variable statics are static is used with variables and with methods. So we'll discuss static variables first, and then later on we will discuss static methods. Okay, let's start with static variables. I'll explain with example. Okay, so we have a class called static keyword and something. We have two things here, or like three class variables. One is employee number, one is employee name, and third one we have called like int department number, and we have marked it as static. So what this static means is like you don't have to create an object for this static. This will not change. This will remain the same, and you don't have to create an object for any static type of a variable or method, right? You can directly call this static uh, uh, anything which is marked static. You can directly call it. You don't have to create an object or like initiate an object and call it. So now we will see how do we do that and why. The why part is that when you create an object, there's memory which I told, like whenever you create an object, a memory is allocated to that object with their variables included in it, right? So now where is new? Mm. Okay, so let's see. Let's see as an example. Okay. Let's take this as an example, okay? So you have employee number, name, and imagine that static is not here. Okay, you have this as integer department number. For now, just think of a class which has these three elements. Okay, where did my pen go? And what I'm trying to do, I'm creating three instances of that object, three instance. So one, I will call it as O1. The second instance, I will call it as O2. And third instance, I will call it as O3. Okay. And everything, all the three instance will have employee number, name, and department number, right? So I will copy this here. Employee name, EMP name, uh, name, EMP department, E depart employee name, ID, and department. This thing is so big. How about this one? This marker. Okay. So this is instance one. Similarly, you will have this instance twice and thrice. So you see, you have created like three variables and gave memory to all these three variables three times. And if you have employee or like department number two, which is common across all these. So this one and this one, right? So instead of creating this third element three times and like create wasting this memory three times, what you will do is you will remove it from here by marking it as static. If you mark this one element as static, your whenever there's an object created that's for that static, it will not create one memory. So this static one element will be created here and it will be shared among all the objects, right? So that way you see you have saved one element's space in your hard drive or like or in memory management. So that way you have stored one or you have saved one space. And since we are taking this an example, we are taking just one element, but in future, like if in a big project, there'll be like multiple elements and then you don't have to initiate or like whenever there's an object being called, you don't have to create memories for them. That way you save space. So this is why this is like very much required. I hope now we know. Okay, so this is on static. Static. So this is on variable. So you can name a variable static. That means whenever you create an object for that class, that static variable will be kind of ignored and others will have the object. But again, you can still call this value and there won't be any problem with that. Now the next one is method. When you create a method called static, again, this will do the same thing. With a method, if you call the method as static, that means like it will not create you don't need an object to access this method. You can access this method even without an object. So if I want to access increment, I can directly go and say static keyword dot increment, and it will your compiler will go to this method and it will execute whatever is written inside this. So with help of static keyword, you're telling your compiler or like your JVM Java virtual machine to or you're telling them that okay, these things can be ignored while creating an object and I can call them directly. So main is also a type of, since you're making it as static, so main is also one kind of a method which does not need an object to initiate any value or like it does not even need object. You can directly call it. Now we'll see how we call these variables, and then you will have like a better understanding. So let's take this. So we'll take one example where we have employee number, name, and department number is 2 all the time, and hence we have assigned static to it. We have a void method called increment. We have assigned static to it. And then we have other methods in this class called assign value. So it will assign value of employee, whatever you are passing, and then name. So it's expecting 2 values from your main class. Once you pass values to this, it will be stored in your this employee number and name. And then you're displaying all these values, right? So now let's see how this gets executed. So I'll go to my main class. I'll see what the execution looks like. So I have created one object and I'm passing 2 values. Again, this one is not sending department number, right? Because it's static. Uh, this what we say, this variable will not be included in your object creation. That's what I explained even in Paint. So we're not passing any value for that. And similarly, we are creating another employee and I'm naming the other employee as Kajal. And I can see that again, I'm not passing them department number. I'm skipping it this way. Now I'm trying to display the values, what it is. Let's uh, display it. Let me combine these two parts. Okay. So now I'll run this code and I can see that employee number 1 is employee. I'm trying to display employee 1 and employee 2 both. Right? So the first it will display my employee 1, which is like employee 1 has value of 1 and Shrikant. So it's displaying employee 1 value as 1, employee name as Shrikant, and then it's displaying or value of 2. So employee value of 2 is uh, 2 and Kajal. And this department number, it's displaying as 2 because we have already initialized it and we are calling it here. So whenever we call display, it will display all these 3 things. So it is displaying employee number, name, and department. Even though we have not called this object method, we have not done anything, it will still display properly because it's initialized with static. Okay, and now this is game changer because now what I'm doing is, see, I'm not creating or like I'm not accessing this department number with the help of any object. I'm not using employee 1 or employee 2. I'm using directly the class name, right? So this is the class name, static keyword P2. I'm directly using that class name and directly calling that variable name. So you see, I'm directly calling this variable name. I'm not creating any object. But if you want to call employee 1 dot, or if you want to call employee number, you can't call it this way. You can't call it with the class name dot employee number. It won't work because for that to work, you have to call it through employee 1 dot employee name. That's how it will work. It won't work this way. So this is the static feature where you can call either the method or the variable name directly using this class name. So static keyword p2 dot department number, and I can assign it a value. Earlier it was assigned with the value of 2. I am changing it the value to 5, right? So I've changed the value for it to be 5. And since I said, initially that these static will be common for all the class, right? So now if I try to execute this code again, if I try to execute our code again, so we have seen before initializing the department value or like changing the department value from 2 to 5, we have printed it once and then I'll try to print it again, okay? And let's see what happens. So I'm trying to print it again. I'll run the code and I can see that, let me write one small system out dot print value after changing the department number. Right, this is my main class, so I can execute from here. So yeah, you see, I have changed the department number one time using this one, and when I'm displaying these values from my object 1, I'm seeing department number as 5, and from my object 2, again I'm seeing department number as 5. So you see, this way you save memory, right? You don't have to create you don't have to create an instance of these objects, hence you are saving memory there, and then you can call these values without even you can call these variables or methods without creating an object for it. So now we have seen or like we have done everything for department number, which is a variable. Now let's do the same for what we say. Now let's do the same for method. Okay, so I have changed the value of department number to 5 here, and we saw this. Now I'll try to call again. Since this uh, method is of type static, when static comes into the place, put in your head that you don't need object. You can directly work on that with the help of class name, right? So now let's see this, how it works. So I have this class name dot, it will tell me increment. So I'm doing the increment, okay? So in increment, what is it doing? It's going and incrementing the value of department number. And what is department number plus plus? Can someone answer? What will this feature do?
6.
Sorry?
Is it 6? It'll make from 5 to, it'll increment it to 6 now.
Yeah.
Or wait, or actually it is 2 still there.
No. It will not be 2. Here it changed.
Okay,
No, it changed to
5.
5. Yeah, so it will
Okay.
become it's perfect. Yeah, that's what it will do. And see, the main difference of static is I'm not calling this method with the help of their objects. I'm calling this method with the help of directly the class name. Okay. So if someone asks you even in your dream what is static, the first thing should come in your head is like you don't need an object for it. You can directly call it with the help of your class name. Okay. So I run the code now. So see, it incremented the value of department number to 6, right? And the rest of the things are still the same. So this is uh, the use of static. And hence, when someone asks you like what is static here, you have to tell that your main method, the Java is programmed in, or like the Java language is in such a way that your main method is static. That means it does not need any any object to work on this. Why don't we make all objects static? That's also a good question. I think then how if we make all object as static, so imagine if you have employee 1, employee 2, they're both being static, then how would you differentiate? Like static is something where you're trying to save memory by not storing it multiple times, right? You're storing it only one time and then you're using it. But if you do this, then you're creating like employee 1 um, object as static. That means, I mean, you can't do that. The meaning of static will go away because there'll be the objects will be of different types. You can have like as many number of times you want. Yeah, so you won't do objects as static. You will have only methods or variables as static. Methods or variables. Yes. Perfect. Okay, so let me give you this code so that you guys can write it, uh, or you guys can execute this one. So first I'll give you this code. But is the explanation of static clear for everyone? Yes, no, maybe.
Think it's maybe.
Maybe. Okay, then, you know what? I want you to first copy paste this code into your machine, and then we will see how to change this maybe to so static variable and static methods. Static variables are called class variables and belongs to the class rather than any specific instance of the class. You can say that they are shared across all the class and methods. Static methods belongs to the class rather than any specific instance of the class. And the main thing is they can be called directly on the class without needing an instance of the class. Okay, let's try to go over this thing again. I hope I get something. Okay, this is good. Okay, so static. Especially for static are of two types. One is variable. So let's call it like variable first. For our example, this variable was department number. I hate this paint so much. Let's see with this one. Okay, this is good. Okay, we have static. Let me do a graphical or like image for one. So department number. we have made department number as static for first instance. So now let me keep this open here. Okay. So anytime you try to call this class or instantiate this class, right? When I say instantiate, is like when you try to do this part. Remove this, forget about other stuff. When you do this employee one of static keyword, what would happen? Like imagine there's no static, right? Imagine there are three elements. So initially, if you do this emp1 and you create an object of this class, right? And it has three elements. What will your JVM do? It will create a box. It will write emp id, emp name, and then department number. Okay, that is for emp1 object, right? Now if I call emp2, it will do the same. It will have all these three copied here. emp3, it will have all these things copied here. So but the department number value is going to be 2 in all, because I have made it that all these employees will be working in same department. So to save this in your memory, imagine like this one takes 1 GB of your memory. Imagine it generally will not take, it will take only like 1 or 2 bits, but imagine this take 1 GB of memory, right? Then since you're creating three objects, you're kind of wasting 3 GB of memory. So you see, 3 gigs of memory is like too much of wastage for just creating. However, you can replace this memory wastage. Instead of creating it 3 times, what if you create it only one time? Then 1 GB is used, and since it's storing same value, you can call it whenever you feel like, wherever you feel like, right? So you will do that, and hence you will take this away from here, and with the help of static keyword, you can take this away from this part and you will put it here on our sharing part. So once a static is assigned to a variable name, that means it's removed from the instance variable, and it has this kind of a meaning, or the graphical represent changes to this way. Okay. So this is on variable. So similarly, what if you want a method to be static, as in like you don't want the method to be or you don't want an object to be created for that method. You want that to be a static, as in like you can change it whenever you feel like, wherever you feel like, however you feel like, without having an object linked to it. So for that case, uh, you will assign static to the methods also. And to use it, or like to use any of the static stuff, you have to use the class name of you have to use the class name and perform some operation on it. So like we have performed operation, like we changed the department number and we have also incremented. So we have called this method without having any object to it. Or else you need an object all the time. You have to do anything you want to do, you have to do it with employee one object. But right now you're just using the class name. So but these are the only difference which it has. Maybe you have to go through these codes again to understand more about it. In like when you have some free time, just practice some more questions on statics, and then you will know. But the base is whatever I have told, that will still remain the same. We'll move to the next topic now. Wow, it is inheritance. So before moving to next topic, we'll take 5 minutes of break, because next topic is really big. It is on inheritance. So refresh your mind, because it's going to get blown away now.
Yeah, Shri, I have one question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So do you have to use the static variable inside the static method or a normal method?
Static variable. Let's see.
So we have the department number. Can we use that in that method you call the increment or something?
Let me see. Let me open the code. That way it will be easy for me to understand plus explain. Okay, so yeah. Now, what was your question?
So this is the method assign value.
Method assign value. Okay, this one.
Yeah. So here it's not a static method. Can we use that static variables department number here?
Static variable.
Department number plus plus. Yeah. We did the increment in the increment method. Can we do that here?
Yes, I think so. Let's see. Yeah, you can do that here also. It will increment the value of department number. Let's execute the code.
Yeah.
Yeah, department number is 4.
Yeah.
You can do it. You can increment it. We went to this. It went to this. It display the value. Yeah, you can increment it. You can use this value wherever you feel like. So it does not restrict you from using. You can use these values. Even
Okay.
if you
So
even
I
if
thought
yeah, you can call it. It's just that. So now department number. Imagine you did department number, right? Department number uh, plus plus, right? You did this. So what happens is even if you so now you have two instances, right? Employee one and employee two, right? So this department number will be incremented for both the instance. It will not be just one instance. You see, the difference is there. It you changed, you called employee one, right? First time. And employee one went to this place, it incremented the department number and uh, yeah, it incremented the department. You know what? Let me do this, then you will understand. Control X. Oh, no, actually here is the best way. Plus, let me do that. Okay. And then run the code. To see, first time I called it, my department number increased. So I call this assigned value. My department number increased from 2 to 3, right? And department number remained 3, even when I called it for the second time. And then it incremented to 4. And when I called it here, like this point at employee 2, okay, let me remove this one also. Control and slash. That way you will know that department number is being shared across all the objects. It's not with one object. So see now. So the first time I call with the instance Shrikant, employee one instance, I see the department number increase to 3, right? And next time when I tried to call it with employee 2, it it went to assign val and it incremented the value from 3 to 4, and that's why you see. So that means, like, this department number is being shared, like what I said here, that it's being shared. So if it changes, it will change for all instance. It will not be like just for one instance. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. What is this? I have to get rid of this, don't you? I need to find. Okay, perfect. Let's take a 5 minutes of break and then we'll catch up again. So we'll all meet by 12:15. That should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Where did it go?
Yeah. Are you sharing your screen? Sure.
No, I'll share it now. Okay. The next topic which we are going to learn is on inheritance.
Ashri.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. So I tried with a static variable.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to assign some value. So
Okay.
inside um, a non-static method.
Okay.
So, yeah, but it's not working, I think.
So can you should work. Is it possible to send that code to me and then I'll review it later? Because we're
Yeah.
a little bit late. Yeah, I'll review it and then I'll answer that to you. Or like before going for the break, we will answer that question. Okay? On
Yeah,
this.
yeah, sure, sure. No problem.
Let's go ahead to the next topic for now. Uh, but yeah, do send me an email or like message me if I forget. Okay? Then we'll go. Or else like we'll be stuck in this topic for a while. I don't want to do that. Let's go ahead to next topic, which is inheritance. Mm, It's always children. Okay, now we are going to learn something called inheritance. So the word inheritance means that you're inheriting some of the things from, like, the word by itself means that you're trying to inherit something from your ancestors, or like from someone who is above you, right? So there's something who is above you, and like if it consider it in properties from your parents, then they are like your parents and you're their child, right? So you have parents and you have child, and you can inherit whatever they have, correct? So this is inheritance topic. Java supports inheritance, and in computer programs, like all the computer programs, we can say that are designed in such a way where everything is an object. Now we have worked with objects like for like past two classes. So now we know how to create an object, how to interact with an object. Um, yeah, so those things we already know. Now we can see how to pass around, or like how to create an objects of like maybe the class and uh, of parents and things like that. So we will be seeing them in short while, but let me quickly go through one of a basic example through which we will understand inheritance. So suppose there's a class, okay? Let's call the class to be uh, animal, okay? And uh, so this is one class called animal, and we will add some methods to it, right? So let's add one method called sound, okay? And we are naming it as parent class. And we can add one more method to it, which will be like animal of, or you know what, let's change this example. I'll be using this later. Let me see which example can I share for time being. In interface, inheritance, etc. Even inheritance. Mm, okay, so we have one class called animal, and we can keep one method called eat. Okay, and we can have one child element, or like child class. We'll see on each of these uh, examples of like what is parent class, what is child class in a while. Like even if you don't understand now, it's fine. And we can say child class as bark, and we can have one more child class called meow. Okay. So now inheritance. So we'll say there's a parent class which is of type animal. So all this class has characteristics of eat. Okay. And now if you want to categorize in like sounds, so you have maybe multiple things, multiple child classes. So now if I want to uh, create maybe now if I want all the animal characteristic to be passed to one of the child, so maybe like bark is one of the um, child in one of the methods in the child class, then with the help of this parent and child relationship of eat and bark, we can call all these methods of child plus all these methods of parents uh, in our code. So this is like a upper view of inheritance. It's like whatever is there in parents, like even if there are like 5 different methods, you can call those all 5 methods into your child class, and child class can have its own methods also. So by just creating an object once, you will create object one time, but you can access all the child elements or child methods, plus you can access all the parent methods. And we will be seeing how to do that. And the benefits of inheritance is like the parent class, the one which you're creating on the top, can be used multiple times and used multiple times by many child class. So it's like uh, I can use it for animals as like I can use it for dogs, I can use it for cats, I can use it for like any other well, and then I can also use for fish also. So they all eat, right? So eat is one of the methods. So all this, so I have to write eat method only one time, and I can use it for cat, for dog, for fish, and for every other animal I want. So similarly, animal will have uh maybe like uh characteristic of um color, right? So I can then say I can call that color functionality to all of them. So this is one of the example of concept where you have a parent class, you write lots of methods in your parent class, and then you extend all these methods into your child class, and then use these methods, plus you can have defined your own methods in the child class. So we'll see this part through an example now, through a Java code, and then you will have more clear understanding of what this means and how do we use them. So let's go start with one example. So you can see here, I have created one class called animal, and I have created one simple method called eat. And the method, I have written something inside the method, it's called eating. Okay, it's very simple. You have one class, you're saying, you're creating a small method called eat, and then you have something defined into your method. Okay. Now I can create one more class extending this class. Okay. So I have this class. I want this eat method to be present into whatever I'm creating again. So I can extend this class. So I have one class here. Now I've created another class, dog single inheritance, and it extends the main class. So this is the syntax how you have to call it. So this is your first class, which you're calling here. So there's a keyword called extends. This means you're taking all the methods which is represent here into your this instance, or like into your this class. And here you have own methods, which is called bar. Right? Now I'll try to create a main. So now you have class, plus you have an extended class. Now, how do you call, um, how do you create instance of that class and how do you call it? So let's see that. So you have this instance where it says dog in single inheritance, which means you're just inheriting from animal inheritance class, right? And so you're creating an object and then you're accessing these two. So I'll run this code. This is one of the simplest stuff, so it's not very complicated, it's easy. Let me explain it again here with a new diagram. Okay, so the code which I'm running is like it has one class, it's called animals. Okay, and it has one method called what is the method? Ignore this single inheritance for time being because I wrote it because I had to write so many codes here. So I've used that as identifier for myself, but for just understanding purpose, consider it as just animal. So there's animal type of a class and it has method eat. Okay. So I'll write animal and it has method eat. Perfect. Then I create one more class, which is extends. So this is the keyword extends. If I want to extend this class into another class. So my next class, which I'm trying to do is dogs, right? So I'll create a dog class. So my next class is dog and it extends from animal class and it has a method called bark. Okay. So this is one of the examples of single inheritance. It's like there's one parent class and there's one child class. Now I have created this parent child relationship and defined all their classes and methods. Correct? I've defined everything. Now I need my main class. Why do I need my main class? Because main class is the one which JVM knows on how to run. So in my main class, what I'll do is I will try to create instance of this one, right? So I'll say dog and then I'll say D1 equals to new of dog. So what happens is like when I say this instantiation, when I do this instantiation, or like when I create this object, this object has access to both this one and this one, both the methods. I'm keeping things very simple right now, just one method, two classes, one method. How do we access it? That's it. So this is your main class. You will create an object. And with the help of this object, you would have access to both the methods. So with this bar, with this D1, you have access to this bar. And with this D1, you also have access to eat, which is your parent class. So this is like a new thing which you're learning now. This was not introduced before in our course. Okay, so this is very simple. You have a class with one method, you have another class with one more method, and these two are linked because they are extended, because the second one is extended from the first one, and then you are displaying it. So let's write this code. I have already written, but I'll go ahead and write it one more time. I'll create a new and I'll call a class. I'll name the class as animal. Okay. And I'll finish it. There's an animal class added. I'll add a method to it and I will say void, means it will not return back any values. And I will say animal is my method. And this method does nothing. It will just print eating. That's it, simple stuff. Uh-oh. And the second one I'll create a class again because I'm extending it, right? So in the next one, I'll call it as dog. Is my class name. But see here, it is asking me of a super class. So since I'm extending it from something else, I can write it as animal. So it tells when I write this super class, it means that it is going to extend from animal. So whatever methods of animal is present, it will all be passed to this one. So see, if I create it, you see, it has created a class called dog and it extends from animal. Okay, looks like dog is already defined somewhere in my maybe some other method. So I'll make it as dog1. And if I make it as dog1, then I have to change here, rename dog1. Okay. Okay, one is also defined. New. Okay. So I have created one more class, which is extended part of animal. And here I'll have one small method called void bar and system dot dog. Okay, that's right. So you have created parent class. This is your parent class. You have extended all these uh, methods or everything from this class into your child class, which is like dog. So it has all the features of animal, plus it has its own features, which is here. Now, if you want to access these two things, again, for your Java code to run, as I've always said, that you need main class. So main. Okay. And then main will have like a public static void main. Here I will create an object first. So dog new is the class for which I'm creating. I'll call it as d1 equals to dog new. Dog. Okay. So now if I execute this code, first I have to call those methods. So d1 dot, I can call the method inside this file, and I can also call the method inside the bigger file, in the parent file. So all these are the methods from both the files, and then or like both the classes, and see dog barks and like eating. Is there any questions on this part, like of uh how or like class extension part? Do you understand how we extend from our parent class to child class? Or like you will be learning different types of inheritance. Like this is single, very simple inheritance, which is there's one parent class, it has some methods, and there's a child class, it has its own method. But if you try to create anything from, if you try to create an object of the child class, you would have access to the parents class also. This is what um I'm this is what I've been trying to say. Any question here? I assume it as no. Okay. So animal class, the first class which we wrote here, is called as super class or the base class. Okay. So this can be called anything. You can call it like super, you can call it like base, or even parent. Okay, you can name it as anything. So superclass, base class, or parent class for this class, right? So this one is then child class because it extends from animal. So this is the parent for this class. So this class will be child for animal class, or you can call it like subclass, or you can call it like derived class. You can call it anything, but these are like the different terminology which you can use to call the second class, which is extended from our superclass. Okay. And this is final main. Main is always the same. It is called as main class, where you're calling or where you're initiating your class objects and everything. So this is single level. We will be learning multiple level, and then we'll also be learning hierarchical and hybrid inheritance uh, in some time. So let me note it down. Inheritance. Inheritance is OOPS concept. OOPS is like object-oriented programming. And we can say that object every object tries to interact with another, right? So we can say computer programs are designed in such a way that every object interacts with one another. And you'll see that like in real time also, when you're working on any code, you will write one class or one code one time, and then you will try to utilize it or like use it multiple number of times to wherever you're doing the same operation. So let's give you an example, which is like um, any application which you're trying to automate through Selenium. There's something called logging into the application, right? So the login functionality, it's not like you will write 100 number of times, because there are so many workflows which you will be testing. So you will write it only one time. So you will create only one class for it, only one object, and uh, and then you'll be calling that class again and again whenever you're trying to log in. So the code will be written only one time, and it will be one time, and it will be executed multiple number of times. So that's one of the OOPS concept. And inheritance. You can say that property of one class can be inherited by the other, which is like with child and superclass and child class, the one which we just saw. So why is inheritance required? Simple, which is like helps in reusing the code. Imagine if this feature was not present, right? If this feature of of like dog new or like dog class extending from animal class was not present, then then you would have to write the first part again, which is here, like eat, and then type here eating. So you would have had to done this, like you would have wrote it multiple number of times. And again, if you want to do the similar feature of eat, you will have to write it again in your next class. So to omit this, where you have to write one thing only one time, you use inheritance, where you define it somewhere in a class, all the base feature, and you can extend a new class and write like advanced features of that, or some different operation which is beyond the base class. So your base class will have basic requirements, and you can have a new class with your own requirements and own methods. Okay, so this is basic example. So that way you are reusing the code by simple simply establishing PMIS search. So as I said, classes are of two types. One is super or parent or base, and classes are types. And the second one is child class or subclass. Mostly people also call subclass or derived class, because it has all the things from parent plus has more, so it's called as derived also. So child class, you can also say that it inherits the properties of all the parent class. Okay. Now inheritance are of multiple types. Single. Single is something which we saw just now. You have a parent class and you have a child class. You see, there's only one line. So your child class extends from your parent class. So this is like single inheritance, correct? There is multiple. We will be learning others in some time. So multiple inheritance, and then there is hierarchical inheritance, and then finally is hybrid. Multi-level. Let me call this as multi-level inheritance, and then there is hybrid or called as multiple inheritance. Okay, so we have discussed the single one up until now. So where you have class A and you have class B extends from class A. So this is like the single one where it's one-to-one mapping. You have class A, you or class B extends from class A. And the code which we are using for this is I'll copy the code for So this is your first class, animal class. This is your extended class, child class, and this is your main class. We can you can create these classes in your Eclipse and try to execute this code. Make sure you see that both the methods from child and parents were executed and you see it in your console. After which we can move to the next topic, which is multi-level inheritance. Let me know once this is done, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Are we done? Perfect.
I'm getting an error straight.
What is there?
Oh, it works now. It was telling me enum expected before, but I didn't do anything different and it works now.
Okay, maybe saving. Sometimes if you don't save it, you get similar type of error. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. Mm, okay, and now okay, let's see what we have in the next one. We'll go- Okay, so now we will see multi-level. We have seen two. There's one class and we have the one which we saw in our previous one was like single. So the class B extends from class A, that's it. Okay, now what if there is multi-level? So three level, right? So multi-level inheritance. That means your class B extends from class A. Okay. So class B will have its own methods, and class B will also have all the methods from property A. And we have one third class called C. Okay. So for C, we will be extending from B. However, B extends from A. So with the help of C, it will have properties of both B and properties of both A. So C will have both B and A, but it will extend only B. Okay. So this is how it will work. So your compiler will whenever it wants to execute something with the help of C, it will, and if it wants to take method from A, it can still do it. So let's take for example, our class was animal, right? And it had the first method was eat, right? The second class was dog, and uh, second was bark was the method. Third one, let's name it as type, and say type, and then say um, retriever. Okay, so let's call it as this. So now with the help of C, if I create an object of C, like if I create an object of C, I can access this method and I can access this method. So this is multi-level where I can access, where all the C, like object of C can access both B and A because it's extending from B, and then B is extending from A. So we will do this with help of program now, whatever we have seen in this diagram. So let's see. So we have already created A and B part, right? In our previous example, we have already created AB. So we have already created animal which eats and dog which barks. These two classes. Now we will try to introduce the third class, which is extending from B. And so I want to create a class called puppy, which will be inheriting from class called dog new. Can someone tell me how to create this? How to create this extension?
So you create a new class, uh,
New.
and then the superclass should be dog new.
Okay, so I'll go here. I'll say dog new. Okay, because I'm inheriting
And yeah,
new.
and this is puppy, right?
Okay,
Okay.
I can keep it as puppy, but let's say breed.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So now when I create my class, you see, it says breed type, and then it extends from dog new, right? I'll create a method now inside this called as type. Okay, and then I'll print out okay, right? So I have created a class. Now I'll create one more method, right? And see this, or I'll just choose this one. I'll change the main method. I also have to keep creating a new one. So what I'll do here is I'll call breed type, and I will call it as B1. I'm just changing the method name. And with B1, I'm trying to access bark, which is of uh, dog new class. I'm trying to access eat, which is of animal class, and also I'll try to access its own method called type. Right, so I'll do type also. So now you can see that with just one main method, because of inheritance property, I could access with one object. I created just one object and I made sure that all the inheritance properties were implemented, which is like class B was extended from class A and then class C was extended from class B. That way, now with the help of my main, I have access to all the three types, like all the three methods of uh, I mean, I don't have to create an object for dog separately or for breed or like for animal separately. I can do it by just one. So this is multi-level. Any questions here?
Sure, please can you go over it again, please?
Sorry?
Please can you just go over it again, like the linking of can oh, okay, okay. I've seen where I was lost. Okay, thank you. No
Oh,
problem.
it's working now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's nice. So I'll be sharing this code now. I want you all to run it because so that you have it in your Eclipse. Okay. So you should already have this animal and this dog class with you. And now I'm trying to, I'll be sending this one. Okay. And the new main. So you might have to make little modification as per your code. But I think at this point we are all aware of what changes to do in order to make our program run. The multi-level inheritance. Here we can easily say that multi-level some inner like an inheritance is called multi-level inheritance when a class is derived from a class which is also derived from another class. Okay. Flowchart explanation I have provided through my paint, which is class A, class B. So class B extends from class A, so we can write it as class B extends from class A and class C extends from class B. And main class, you can say that object is created for class C and we can call methods or properties of both class B and class C with the help of class C object. Okay, it's very simple. I'll be sharing the code as well, so you can look into those code, and then I'll share uh, the code with their names. So they'll be all like distinct name, which you can practice, or like while practice, you can use those code names. I'll share the Java file names for each and every type of inheritance. And while practicing, you can just go through those. Like if, for example, for multi-level, I'll share the codes like I'll tell animal.java, dog new dog Java, breed type Java, and main tutorials.java. So then you would know that, okay, all these are like the class files, and this is the main file for
Mm.
executing multi-level.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
That would be nice because that's one we can practice it as well
Yeah,
while
no
after
worries.
the class.
Yeah, I'll share it with all the explanation again.
Because I've just been copying and pasting these ones in the chat box, and of course, it's not like I'm just putting it somewhere then I'll practice it maybe like of course after the class.
Yeah, I'll
So,
share it,
okay,
but like
thanks.
this week I didn't get time for the GitHub, uh, because I was preparing for these things. But next week we need GitHub. So once you have GitHub, then all this problem will go away. You can just do a git pull. Then you will get all the codes which I'm writing here into your machine,
Okay,
and you don't have to take the files from your email and paste it here. So all those will be taken off by next session, hopefully.
okay,
Okay. But yeah, I'll be typing. I already have a file. I'll try to share this file with you, which has like all the code names and everything. I'll be sharing this file with you today, which is my
okay,
teaching guide. And you can use these files and these things to study or for anything you want. So I have it as like my notes, and then you can use that notes for yourself. Or like anyone in this group can use it.
okay.
Okay. And so we are done with two topics, which is class single and multi-level. I hope there's no questions on that. It's pretty simple. Now we will move to the next one. Let me know if you have already practiced this part or wrote this code and it's working for everyone. You see all these three outputs, which I'm seeing here. Perfect. Okay, now we'll go to the next level of inheritance, which is hierarchical. Hierarchical is very nice. Let me choose some shapes. Okay. So you have class A, and then you have class B, and then finally you have class 3. Okay. Up until now, we have seen uh, one class being extended from another. So let's see. Oh, this fancy. Then one more from here to here, one more from here to here, and then here. Okay. So I have this code where this is my class A, okay, and my class B extends from class A. Class C also extends from class A, and if I have a class D, it will all extend from one class. So you see the difference is that all these classes are being extended from one class. So that is possible. And extend, this word is very important. So always remember this word. Whenever you're trying to extend from one class to another, this keyword is very important. To extend from a class, you have to use this word called extend. In future, you will have interface and everything else. So those times you would have a different terminology called implements that will come into picture. So you should know when to use extend, when to use implements. So whenever you're trying to have all the properties of your parent class, you have to use word called extend. Okay. So now let's try to see how to do this through a code. How to do this thing through a code. So you can say that the flowchart for this will be like there's a class A, and then your class B extends from class A, your class C extends from class A, your class D extends from class A. So that will be your flowchart.
I'm sure is it not possible to have maybe like the other way, maybe class C is now the one that extends to class, like maybe class C be the main one. I don't know, like the main class, and then it extends to B, C, and A, or class D extends to C, B, and A.
Class C,
Shouldn't
B, and A. So like this, and this
y-
thing is not here. Imagine
yes,
not here.
yes, yes.
Okay. So what did we discuss in our previous one?
That's
In
not
previous one, we discussed that, right? Class this, and then there was one more class. So it's the
yes,
same thing, right?
yes.
Yeah. So I hope I answered your question. No?
Okay.
Perfect. So that is multi-level, but right now what I'm trying to do is hierarchical. Okay, so hierarchical is this one. Where you have class A, B, and C. Oh, let me remove this word. Uh, where is the eraser? I don't know. Okay. So we will be writing code for this one now. Okay. Let me see if I can use something. So I have one animal as class. Dog is extending animals. So this is, I'll name it as class A for easy class A. Then call it as class B. B, so it's extending from animal. And then I'll have breed type. Let me extend it from animal as well. I can do this. So this will become my class C. And I can do one more, but not required. So I have class C from A and class B from A, and I have class C from A. Okay, that's good enough. My main will change from, so in order to access animal now, I have to use uh, two objects because both are like different. They are not like interrelated. So dog is not aware of dog new class is not aware of breed type class in this instance. So in my main, I have to create breed type class as maybe B1 equals to new breed type typo. Okay. And then in next session, next line, we will create for dog new d1 equals to new of dog new. And then what can you do with d1? You can call a class, and then you can also call type. So these are the two classes which you can call. From similarly for this one, d1 you can call, again you can call eat, and again you can call. Okay. So this is one example. So I have written an example for this thing here. I have done only for these two parts. I want you to do for, you include one more method of your, one more class of your own choice, have a method to it. And the base concept of this will be, since all these are all these are not connected. So class B will not have any idea of class C. And similarly, class D will not have any idea of class B or C. So they are all extended from A, but they all don't know anything about these ones. So they don't know, and class D does not know about C, C does not know about B, and vice versa. Right? So, but they all can use class A. So they all can extend from class A. Okay, so this class A method will be shared with all, and you can access them. That's what the hierarchical inheritance mean. Okay. Now with the help of, so I created one object for uh, my breed type, and with that object I'm accessing b1.eat, which is of the parent class animal, and b1.type, which is of breed type. Similarly, now if I try to access dogs, right? If I try to access bark, I will get an error. So let me see that. It will say that bark is not identified. See, the method bark is unidentified for the type breed type. You know why? Because we have done this setup now. So where B is not aware of C at all, or like this class. So this is explanation of hierarchical inheritance. And if I execute this code, you see it says eating, and then first one, when it executes this two methods, it's the output is eating and golden retriever. And when JVM executes this two part, eat and bark, the output is eating and dog barks. Any doubts here? Or in understanding the concepts of hierarchical interface, or sorry, hierarchical inheritance? I want you all to work on one more class, and then add it to this one. And it should extend from class A, which is my animal class here. So create a new class, extend it from animal. Be creative with the method. Create of your own. And in the main class, call in the main class, create an object and call the method of parent class plus its own method. Okay. Let me know once this is done. And if you have any question in understanding this hierarchical uh, inheritance, do let me know that as well.
Shri,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yep.
So the method we're creating it in the new class that is extended from animal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Only then you will be able to reach here, right? I have finished this much. I want you to add this part, which is
Okay.
the third one. Is it done? Perfect. Salim, can you share your code in the group chat? So share your class C, class D, which you created, and then share your main also.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I need them both. Then we'll move ahead with the next topic and we'll take a lunch break after that. There's only one thing left. After that, we'll be done. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, this will work. Good job. Yeah, you can use this code from the chat and then work on it. Now the next thing would be, now there's something called hybrid inheritance. Hybrid inheritance is not supported by Java directly. However, they have found a loop or like a loophole through which they can support hybrid inheritance. So what is hybrid inheritance before we move to how to do it? So hybrid inheritance means you have, I'll write class A as CA, then CB, C class C, and class D as CD. Okay. Let me see this. Yeah. So now class B will extend from class A. Class C will also extend from class B. So for B and C, class A will be their superclass, right? Or parent class. However, class D will be extending from both class C and class B, right? So this is called hybrid inheritance. However, this is not directly supported by this two part is supported. So this is possible. This is also possible, but this part is not supported by our Java. So they have come up with a new topic called interfaces. Okay, so this what interface does is like you kind of define your methods in interface, but you don't write anything in the methods. So you just define. So defining as in like if what is defining method. So one example would be, let me show this. So defining method is like this. This is one interface. I will show you how to create interface and everything, but this is one method. Void eat, void sleep. So you are defining it. You have not written anything. So if you type anything here, sys system.print, that means you're defining you're also providing some value, some operation into the method, but you're not doing that. At this point, you're just defining it. So you're not writing anything of this sort. So you're not doing this. You're just saying in interface, you're just saying like, okay, there is a method which will be used later, or like you have to define it later. So we will study more about this interface in some time, but for time being, you can think of it as like interface is something which will define all the methods, and whichever class is implementing this interface can write their own method definition. So they can, so if I write a class of called animal, which is extending from interface, I can I can have eat and sleep as whatever I feel like. And then if I'm trying to do maybe like animals, maybe like reptiles as another class, then eat and sleep will be like different meaning of eat and sleep in that one. So interface will just have the definition. You can implement this interface in your class. We will be studying one, there's a big topic of interface and how to access interface. So we will be learning about that when we go to interface part of the topic. I'm just giving a gist of how how we can do hybrid inheritance, which is like with the help of interface you can do it. So to create an interface, I'll just give an example of how to create an interface. So you will go to this place, you will click on new, and here you see interface is written. So you'll click on this interface and you will write a name. So currently I can write name as my interface will be like, what animal type, like basic nature. Interface name also follows the naming convention as class name. So it should always be starting with a capital letter. Okay, so this is my interface. I can write any, I can define any methods here. Void new. I'm just writing any random things right now. Okay, new is a keyword, so I can't use this. New. Okay, method. So I have interface with my own methods. Now let's see how to use them. I was practicing before. Hybrid inheritance, so dog hybrid inheritance. Okay. Since we are with interface, let's use this a little bit. Where did it go? The nature. Okay. So we have our interface here, which is called basic nature. It has two methods called old method and new method. Let me name this as like fly and we name it as swim. I have an interface called basic nature, it flies and swims. So now I'll create a class. Now, please look at this carefully on how I'm doing it. So I'm creating a class which is going to extend, which is going to not extend, which is going to implement, or like you're going to implement these two methods inside this class, right? So I'll say duck implement. It will not have any super class, but it has interface. So I will add here and I'll say fly or where's this interfaces? Hold on. New class documentation, and then interface. Interface, I need inheritance. Okay. Okay. Signature. How do I change this? Okay. So I've added this as my interface. I'll finish it. Okay. So you see here it will be like public class. Since you're implementing this basic nature, which is your interface, now you have to define these two methods. Like you have just initialized this method that okay, there's two methods called fly and swim, but now you have to write them, like as in like you have to define things inside them. So there's a keyword before even we do this, we have to do override. And then do this. Override, I think. Okay, capital O. So at override, and then swim. So you have your two methods, and the method should be of a type. You have to define a type. Okay, so you have to, since you have already initialized your methods here you have to define something. So since this is duck implementation, I will write system dot out dot println duck imply. And then I can see swim. Okay, so this is how we implement an interface where there's a interface with you can define it and then you can implement it here. Now I'll write a main class. I'm creating a main class in order to execute whatever we have, whatever classes which we have just created, right? Where did it go? It's here. This, I need basic nature. This I need for reference. Okay, so this is our doc implementation. Now let's write a code. We'll create an object d1 equals to new of doc implementation, and we can call fly, and we can say swim. Okay, so we have created an interface, and then we created a class which implements this interface. And finally, we are um, which implements this interface, and then whatever methods we have created, we will define those methods. And after defining, I have a method, main method, where I'm going to create an object and call those methods. So this is what I'm going to do. I'll execute it, and I can see that my execution is successful. So this is how you work with interfaces. So in interface, you're not giving all the information as in, like in class, you will tell what are the variables, what are the methods, you will define the methods, you will put all the explanation in methods. But interface is not that. Interface, you're just going to define that, okay, there are two methods. If you use this interface, the first thing which you have to do this is define those methods. So see, when we try to work with duck implementation, the first thing which we had to do is to define this basic nature, to define this these two methods, because it was not defined earlier. It is defined based on my class and what I wanted. So duck can fly, duck can swim. So I have defined it, and now when I execute it, I execute it in my own way. So this is one case. The inheritance main, let me see. So this is for duck implementation. And now I'll do one more. The second would be maybe bird. Just naming it as a random class, making sure that it interfaces from basic nature, and then I'm finishing it. The bird class, again, it will ask me to provide these methods because it implements the basic nature. Here I'll say bird can fly, bird or if I name it as parrot, that will be fine. Or maybe puppy. Let me change this to puppy implementation. And then in main hybrid implementation, I will create one more class for p1 equals to new of this. And here I'll say p1 dot fly, p1 dot send, and I will run this code. So you can see that I have one interface written once, which is here in base nature. I have first called it, implemented the same in class called duck implementation with where I had to define those two methods. Similarly, I wrote one more class from basic nature, and again it asked me to define fly and swim. So I had to do it myself. So now I had to write something else here. So I wrote like puppy can't fly, puppy can't swim. Actually, they can swim. So let me say this. Puppy can't fly, but they can swim. So these are the changes which I have done. And now in my main class, I'm creating object of the second one. And when I execute this, you can see that um, this my base nature methods which I've created is being executed uh, differently for duck implementation and different for puppy implementation based on their own object creation. So this is how you achieve um, hybrid inheritance from or like multiple inheritance from multiple inheritance using interface. Any questions or like how to use interface? But we'll be learning more on interface slowly. The next topic will be on interface on like interface extending from interface interface not extending interface uh, implementing multiple interface and things like that. So we have already covered classes, how classes extends. We have already covered interface and class, how what are the like how that works, the connection. But we'll be learning more on interfaces because this is just the initial on how interface even works. Okay, and Salim, you had some question.
Yeah, I'm just curious about something like
Yeah.
because I tried it without the override and it still worked.
You tried it without override,
Yeah,
uh, without this thing, and it works.
yeah. So
Yeah, it works. I need to check. Hmm, maybe. Let me see. Without override, it does work. Oh, this is dog having a basic nature, doc implementation, override, remove them. If it works, then maybe it's not required right now, but in future, yeah, it works. It does not need override at this point, but override is required whenever you're trying to uh, change the method, or imagine that there's a method in your parent class which you want to change it in this class. So that time you need override. Maybe it was not needed here. I Yeah, maybe it's not needed here. This is needed somewhere else. So you can get rid of it also. It works fine. Perfect. Yeah. You don't need it here. Correct. You need it only for places where you have same name in your class from where you're calling it. We will see that in some time. We'll be going through super and override both, which would be the next topics uh, of inheritance, which is called method overloading. The time we will come across these keywords and you will get more understanding on what these overrides are. But we don't need it at this point because we are implementing and writing it for the first time, so not required. This override is only required if you have this fly in your parent class and uh, you are kind of overriding that method with the new method. So you need that keyword. Here you don't need it. Thanks for pointing it out.
no worries.
Okay. I think we can take a break now before we go ahead because yeah, take some time to understand and relax your brain from all these inheritance topics. I hope, but we are at least a little bit clear on what inheritance is exactly and why do we need it, and different types of inheritance. Yes, that is more important. The base is uh, we don't want to write the same code multiple times, so we kind of use the nature or like the base class and then or like we use the methods of base class or like the variables and create just the specific or new methods for the derived classes. So reusability is good with the help of inheritance. Okay. We'll see more on method overloading, super keyword, final keyword, and interfaces after lunch. So let's take a 30 minutes break before we meet again. So it's 1:50 right now. So we'll meet around 2:20, 2:25.
All right.
Lunch break. Okay, so we have completed all the basics. Now we'll move on to a little bit advanced topic. The last topic of, not last topic also. There's still a lot of stuff pending, but let's finish this. So we have finished inheritance, not completely, but at least like different types of inheritance, which is like single, multi-level, uh, hierarchical, and hybrid. Now we will see there's something called method overloading, and we'll see what is method overloading. Again, this is very important topic, method overloading. Uh, don't worry about the notes. I'll fill in all the other details of the notes and send it to you. I have it in my teaching guide, so. But now we have to learn about method overloading.
Shri,
Yeah.
is it going to be method overriding or?
Oh, sorry, overriding. Yeah. We have already finished overloading. Yes.
Yeah, you have already talked about that.
Yeah, we are done with that. This one is overriding. Correct. So method overriding. Okay. So now what is method overriding? First, I'll say this. So you have a class and a method in your parent class. So let's go to my creative skills. Let's say this. Okay. So let's assume there is a parent class called sound. Okay. So there's a parent class. I'll call it as P. Um, and this one has a method called sound. Correct. And it has its own things inside this sound. I am not caring about it. But now when I extend this parent class called animal, let me call this animal, and this is parent class. Uh, Now, when I try to extend this animal class and create a dog class, right, which is extension of this, that's the why the arrow is required. I'll be creating a dog class. Okay. Now I want to change this sound. So maybe here there's an output called animal makes sound. Animal makes sound is the output. Looks like my finger is not good. Okay, so and the second one is dog, and we have sound here also. What we are trying to do is we are trying to change or like override whatever was defined in parent method. So in parent method, there's a in parent class there's a method called sound which displays animal makes sound. But when it comes to dog class, which is extending from animal, what I want to do is I want to override this sound. Now I want this sound method to say something else. Like I want to say bark. So I want to print barks now. I don't want to print animal makes sound because I know it's dog. Similarly, if I have one more class called cat, right? And cat is meow. So I want to print this, but I'll be using the same sound method. So now we'll see how to do this part where you have one parent class. Parent class has a method. In child class, you're kind of overriding this method. You're overriding it in a way that you don't want whatever is written in parent class for this method. You want to write or you want to display what you want to write it in your child or what you want to display from the child. So in those cases or in those scenarios, we used something called override, and the notation is override like this. You have to use this feature called override in order to uh, override the function or the methods or like behavior of a method. Let's see how to do that using a code. We will go to Java. I already have code, but I'll create a new one because I think that's helpful. If I show the code which I've already written, then it's difficult for you to follow. So I'll do a thing where I'll create a class to explain the same thing. So I'm creating an animal, and I'll just say overloading over. I don't know why I keep saying overloading, but it's overriding. Overriding parent. Okay, so this is my parent class, and I will have a method. I'll call it as void sound. Easy method, nothing very creative. I'll try to display animal makes sound. Okay, simple method. I've created a simple class and with a simple method. Now what I would do is I need to extend it because I need to, in order to understand the overriding feature, I have to extend it where I'm going to override the sound function, right? So to extend it, I'll say the overriding child, child class. And then here I'll say super class as my super class will be animal overriding parent. Perfect. I'll create it. So now I have created a dog child class which extends an animal, and here I want to override the method. So I'll use override. This is the keyword which I need to use. And then I will do void and I'll have the same method. So Correct. And now this time I will say system dot out dot print level. So what I've done here is I created a child class and I have overridden the sound. I can also create more subclasses. Like I can create more class. Uh, maybe call this a cat or child. And then again it just extends animal parent. Will have same feature. And here I'll say cat. Yes, okay. Must be defined in its own file. Okay. So remove that. So now I have a class and I have a second class. So I have two classes and both are kind of, overriding it. Now let's write a method. Instead of creating a new method file, I'll just use the same file and see if I can write a method. So class method, alright. Let's see if it works. There it works. Okay, perfect. I'll do public void argument. Okay. So I'll create an object of this class and this class. I can do it here also. This animal one equals to this. I'll call it sound. Next time I'll copy child and call it animal 2 and display sound of animal 2. Okay. Where did it go? It's not finding the PUB or maybe I can't do it in this method. Let me create a new. Okay. So we have done that. Like since we have overridden the method, you can see that even though it extends animal and it has like the extension has sound, your main parent class, this is your main parent class. This one has sound, which displays animal makes sound. But however, since you're overriding this method here, it is taking, so when you write your, or when your Java compiler comes to this part, it creates an object, and then when it goes to this part where it says animal1 dot sound, it will go back to your object class which is calling it, and then it will see here it's written override. So when it sees override, that means it will ignore this it will ignore to find this sound function or method in the parent, and it will just take it from here and execute this one. So that's the difference. So any questions on this part where you are trying to override a method? At least you understood what is overriding. It's like just if there's a method in your main class and the extension class, you're trying to have the same name of the method, but do a different operation. So that's it. It's an easy topic. So what are the rules of method overloading? So now there are two rules of method overloading. Overriding, sorry, I keep telling it wrong. It's method overriding. Overriding is where you're trying to overwrite on something. So there's rules, and the rules are method must have same name as its or as in the parent class, and method must have same parameter as in the parent class. If we have overwritten a method and want to access the original, is it possible? Yes, it is possible, but then you have to call or you have to create an object of the parent class. I don't think so you can create an object of child class and call it. You have to create the object of parent class and call it. So these are the rules. You have to make sure the rules are always met before overriding. So if you, in this scenario, if you type override and pass some value, maybe like to Shrikant, it will not work. Why? Because your parent does not have any any input parameters. But if I make it a string and then say it as a, then not here. Here again, I have to keep it as string. This will never work. String a. Let's see, this one works, but this does not work because it's now looking for a string variable. So you have to make sure that the method which you're overriding has to follow the name, has to be same as what it is in your parent class, plus it should have same number of arguments or same arguments what it's finding it in its parent class. If there's a mismatch, then you will see an error, compile time error. Perfect. So this is one of the example of method overriding. If there's no question, we'll move to the next topic, which is super. You all, I'll just send this code so that you all can practice this one quickly. You have created your parent class first. Then you have created two child classes. I've done it in same class file instead of creating two different ones. I've created two class files, which is extending from the parent. And then finally, my main class, which does the execution, is here. You can create this code, and then we'll move to the next topic. Super is here, super is not here. Okay. Is it done? Did we all execute this code? And clear with override functionality. Let me know once it's done. Even if one completes, then we are good. Perfect. Okay, so now the next topic is super. We'll see one example before I explain the topic completely. So in super, what happens is we think of this, there's a class file or there's a class called parent s1 here. I have an initial value of int called number. Okay, so this is my parent class. I'm writing one more or creating one more child class, which is extending from parent. And you can see that in child class, I have initiated one more value, which is of same name. So both these variables are same. And in second one, I'm telling it as like int num equals to 200. Right. So now the problem is if I want to access this number variable from the class. So if I create an object of child s1, right, the num it will show is of this 200. But what if I want to uh, get number of or like the number num from parent class? How would I do that? And to do that, like to get the variable instance value from your parents class, you have to use this word called or like this keyword called super. Okay. And then you will have access to the parent variable or parent variable. So now let's see through code. So I've created a child object called child s1 object, and then I'm going to display the value which is present here. Okay, so now let's see how this happens, and then I'll explain it through diagram. So my compiler came to this part it got to know that it has to create a main, it has to start its execution here. It created an object of child class. So it came to this parent, it created this one. So the num value for this will be 200 at this point. Um, so in this display, when you display this number, the first time the num value will be taken from here, the child, because child class also initiates this value. However, if you want the super class value, the super is nothing but the uh, class from where this child is extending. So that's num of 100. So this will take num of 100. So super dot num will display this 100 value. Okay. So now I'll explain the same with the help of an example. So you have first parent child. So this is parent class, sorry, not parent child. Parent class called num. Parent class which has variable called num, and I've assigned it with the value 100. I'm extending, so extending, this is the symbol. I'm creating a child class and I'm assigning num value to 200 here. Okay. In the second class, I'm making it as 200. Okay. Now I'm creating object of this child class. So object one is of child class. So when I create an object, my num will be 200. Okay. However, if I want to or if I want the num value of parent class, I have to do O1 dot, or like in my child class, I have to mention super dot num value. If I do this, the num value will be taken from the super class instead of this one. Or like super is nothing but your parent, immediate parent class. Again, you can have parent here and like you can have multiple extension, right? So we have to always make sure that when you say super, it's just going to take from parent above it. That's it. It's not going to care about the other parents. It will just see the class which is calling this, so parent class. Okay. So we have seen this part with the help of code here, where we have a class with integer number as 100. And so this is one way, one example of using the super keyword to access variable or like instance variable from parent or parent class. I'll share this code with you. And then there are two more methods or like two more ways how we can use this super. I'll be explaining that now. This is for instance variable. So let me write it here. Super keyword. The super keyword is in Java is reference variable. Immediate parent class object. And how do we use it? S is small. Word. The first one, which we have seen already, can be used to refer to the immediate parent class instance variable. And program for that would be this one, where you see the super dot number. So this is one way to do it. Control that. I don't think so. Here's this one here. There's this class one here. Okay. Now the second type. So this is first type of when to use the super. Second type, super can be used to invoke immediate parent class method. Okay. Now what if we want to specifically call parents method instead of child method, right? We want to call parents method. So how do we call parent method? So that would be uh, the second place where we use super. Let's see with a quick example, which is, let me close all these points. Okay, this two, minus two. So in this example, we have a parent class which says display, and display just says like parent class method. And there's one more child class which is extending from this parent class, and here display displays it. But in this place, if you write super.display, what does this do is it will go ahead and call the parent uh, method. You see here it will go, and this line when you say super dot, it will invoke, or like it will call the parent class because of the super keyword. Super keyword tells like go to your parent class and whatever you want. So if you give variable name, then it will go and fetch the variable value. But if you give method name, it will go and work on those. Um, it will work on the method and it will try to call that method. So this is required. Let me quickly save and run this code. So I'm doing the same thing. I have a main class, created an object, and I'm trying to execute it. So when it identifies super.display, it will go to the parent class, display whatever is written here, and then it will come back and display or like execute whatever is present in this display method. So that way you can access methods from child class or of its immediate parent class. So this is second place where you can use super. This is one of the examples. So I'll be sharing this code as well. So first example, we saw how to work with variables. In second example, we are seeing how to work with methods. The only difference is this, but super keyword remains the same. Okay, so this is example.
So, Shri, is it correct that we can invoke the parent class method using super and also override keyword?
Oh, sorry, your voice is a little bit low.
Okay, so what I'm asking is it correct to say that you can invoke the parent class method using
Mhm.
super and also
Yes.
using override keyword?
So with override, you're
Mm.
kind of with super, you're invoking the method, and with
Mhm.
override, you're telling compiler that don't use from parent. With override, you're doing opposite. With super, you're
Okay.
calling parent, but with
Mhm.
override, you're telling don't use parent, use this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So the difference is that. Well, it was a good question though. I think some one of the interview I got this questions asked. Like what is the difference between super and override? And I think this was the answer. I wish I knew that time. But now I know. So yes, in override, you're kind of overriding whatever methods you have it in your parent class, but in super, you're telling to purposefully go and use that method. Like don't just run this one, go up and use that. Okay. So which this
Okay.
is part S2, and I will give a main of S2 also. Okay. Please execute this code as well. Let me know once done. Now we have third type of super, which is for constructor. But before moving into constructor or like super for constructor, I want someone to answer what is constructor. I think we did ask today morning, but I want a refresher on someone who could answer what is constructor. Give it a try. Even if it's wrong, it's fine. What is constructor?
Shri, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, constructor is a method with the same name as a class name.
Correct.
Okay. We don't have the return type for the constructor,
Correct.
and the constructor will be invoked when we are creating an object for that class.
Correct. Yes, that's yeah. These are constructors, and yeah, we learned this in last session.
Yeah.
Correct. So now, so again, yes, constructor is used to initialize your object with a value. So if I go to my, I don't want to get into constructor, that's a long topic. So yeah, constructor is just used to initialize the value. So in this case, we are going to see that there's a parent class. Okay, we have a parent class, parent S3, and your constructor should have same name as your parent, and either it can initialize a variable or it can display something. It does not matter. So for ease of this topic, I'll just display a simple printout which is parent class constructor. Okay. So what happens in constructor is it will go and execute whatever it finds here in between this square in this between these flower brackets. Okay, and this execution will take place while creating my object. So this sentence, like when this statement gets executed, not sentence, yeah, this statement gets executed, that means it will go to my child class. So for example, it will go to this child class, right? And it will execute this part. It will execute this part. Why? Because my child class has a constructor. Constructor is this one, child S3, and this construction gets any constructor gets executed when while calling or initiating an object. So you're you're creating an object of this child class. That means this constructor will get executed. So this constructor gets executed, and here inside this constructor, if you call super method, right? If you call this super with brackets, that means it will also execute your parent class constructor. So this is very important. So when you say super and you write this open and close parenthesis, that means your class, main class, or like your extended, the class from where this class is extending. So your parent class constructor will get executed. And then after this is executed, control will come back to this one and it will execute the next statement inside this constructor. So if I go ahead and execute this code, I'll see this. It will say first, while creating this object, first it came to this part. It executed the super part, which is executing the constructor of the parent class. And then finally, finally executed whatever the statements which it had left. After executing it, it was complete. So this is one way of using super to call the constructor of your parent class. That's it. So we have seen all the three methods now. I'll share this code for you to practice.
See, if there is no constructor in the child, but we are creating an object for a child, so whether it will invoke the parent constructor?
Constructor, so you're saying,
Yeah, if there is no constructor in the child, yeah.
okay, yeah,
So
let's
if
try.
we are creating an object,
Okay, so now you're saying we just need super and
oh,
this
without any super,
without any super.
yeah.
Okay, I don't think so. That should do, but let's try.
No constructor in the child.
Oh, no
Then
constructor at all.
constructor, yeah, no constructor at all.
So
So
what
just
you want in child?
yeah.
Any method, any random method?
Yeah, no, without any method. If you are creating an object for the child, whether it will invoke the parent, I
Okay,
just want to see.
let's see that. So
I
you
know.
have your object created. I don't think so it will. Okay, it does
Yeah,
call
yeah. It calling the yeah. Whenever we are creating an object for the child, it will automatically call the
the
parent.
parent. Okay, then
If
you
there
kind of
is,
don't need this.
yeah,
Okay, maybe you don't need
we
this.
don't. Yeah,
You don't
if
have to
that,
specifically call it, but as per the course, I had to explain this super
yeah,
part
yeah,
to explicitly call the
yeah,
what we say, the parent
yeah.
constructor. So if you want to explicitly call it, then you have to use it. There's
Mm,
also a reason why we use super this one, which I kind of forgot by now.
mhm.
I explained that part in the. I mean, I have to revise that. Like, there's one reason why we had to use super in as a constructor. What is that? Like, if we, yeah, I kind of forgot that topic on why to use it. So I'll refresh this part and maybe explain in the next class. I'll make a note of this. The super class, there was a reason for why this super was required. Okay. I'll explain this in the next class after
Yeah.
revising on why this was needed. But yes, the point of super is, or like super with just this bracket, is to invoke the constructor from the parent class,
Yeah.
correct? But without this, it's still working fine. That's what we checked without even having any.
Any constructor, yeah. Because
Okay.
if we are creating an object for a child, so
Yeah,
it will automatically invoke parent.
correct. It does. Okay, no matter what you do, it will always call uh, the parent
The
constructor.
parent first, yeah.
Yeah,
First it goes to the parent, then come to the child.
correct. Yeah, it always calls the parent constructor.
First, yeah.
Okay, then there has to be a reason of this super, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
Invoking parent class constructor using super. Why? Okay. I'll do more research on this and get back to you guys on next session of this super at least. Okay. But for now, this is the explanation for super. Uh, yes, I'll share this code with you, or I have already done it. Yeah, I've already done it. So you can try it by yourself. I'll get ready for the next topic. Okay, the next topic would be final keyword. And that is one, and that's the last topic of this part of the section. Final, okay. Did anyone execute the last code? Of constructors? Let's see. Okay, did I not share it? No. Million of S3. Okay, this is maybe we have final, then we have exception handling. So we have, yeah, that's under exceptional handling. Final. We have interfaces also coming into place. Okay. Did we execute this part of the code? Did anyone get output? Okay. Perfect. Let's move to the next one. Okay, now it's final. So like we saw statics, super. So many now there is final. Can someone give a guess on why do we need to use final? What would that what's the meaning of the word final?
So
Final.
final is kind of like a constant.
Sorry, final is kind of like
Constant.
constant. Yeah, it is like constant. Uh,
So which cannot be override.
Correct. You can't override it once a final keyword is attached to it. So if you say it as final for a variable, that means this variable cannot be overwritten in future. So this was because we had like super, we had like we have so many inheritance and all these things came into like picture where you are kind of always trying to manipulate a class, change the value of the instance. So there would be a need, even with static, you can change the value. So there is a need where there are some variables whose value should never change, right? So for that, the final keyword came into picture where if something is marked as final, be it variable, so speed limit is one of the variable, right? Of integer data type. So then if it is marked final, that means you cannot manipulate the value of this. So this is variable. So similarly, you have class. So once a class is marked final, or like once a method is marked final, that means you cannot uh, extend that method, or you cannot create uh, any further instances of that method. So that is for method. And similarly, you have for a class also. So once a class is marked final, that means you cannot extend that class. And if you try to, there'll be an error. So let's see with an example. So this is first one where I have set up my in speed limit as an integer variable, and I have marked it with final keyword, and I've set up with a value of 90, right? Now there's an method which I'm trying to change this value. I mean, assign 400 to it. But since final is final, this variable is with final keyword, that means I cannot do this. But however, like, see, if I remove this final, the error is gone. You don't see this error anymore, and it says that you can do this. But with final keyword, you cannot change the value of this variable. You will get an error which says like speed limit cannot be assigned. This is final field and cannot be assigned. So this is example of final variable. Now the second example is for final method. That means even if you're extending this class, you cannot override this one. So it says there's a final, hence you cannot override the final method. So this, with the help of final, you can be sure that your method will not be overwritten or overridden in your base classes. So there are some methods which you don't want to be overwritten somewhere. So this is example of method, and then final is for class. If you don't want a class to be extended further, then you can just put final in front of it. And then if anyone tries to extend from that class, they will get an error saying cannot the type final SS3 cannot subclass the final class final S3. So these are the final three types of place where final keywords can be used. I'll be sharing all the three code. You can see this error by yourself in your code. So this is for variable. All this code will not be executed, but these are just for you to see the error. And I want you guys to practice the valid scenario where you are using final and then you're making use of that final class. To practice these three, the final keyword, F is small, in Java is used to restrict the user. Final keyword can be applied to variables, methods, and classes. Okay. So I've shown all the errors like where when we use final and try to use or like manipulate their values, we will see issues. But the valid scenarios, I want you guys to practice by yourself. It's very simple. So when you can have the same uh, class names which I've given and same main values, you just have to make sure or like you just have to use those objects and final class and final variable and write any kind of code. You can practice that later on. And we'll move to the next topic, which is called interfaces. This is very important topic. I have given you gist of interface already, but now we will be diving in a little bit deeper into interface. Is it here got logged out? Interfaces. I hope everyone is okay with final keywords now and the issues which we are facing with or like why we need final keyword and what kind of issues we'll face if we try to manipulate something which is marked final. So the topic is clear and now we'll go with interfaces. So before lunch, we did see what interface is, but still I'll give a little bit of uh, theory on it. So we can say that interface in Java is blueprint of a class. So it will have the method names but it will not have any in interface. You'll just write the method names, but you will not define the methods as in what this method is going to do. So you'll just write it. And interface can contain final and static variables. Interface can contain abstract method. We'll be discussing or we'll be seeing all these points in example. So we can say abstract. We'll see what is abstract. ACT, abstract method. It is a method which contains only the definition and but not the body. We have seen this in our previous example where we had an interface which with just two method names and it didn't have any body. And methods in interface are public by default. We will see access modifier right after this interfaces topic. We have two more topics to cover for today, which is like access modifier and there's one more topic called, let's see, access. Yeah, we'll just see up until access modifier, and if time permits, we will see more on exceptional handling. But access modifier we'll see right next topic. So access modifier is very important. We'll see that part. And this sentence will be explained that time when we say methods in interface are public by default. So when we say public, that means any package, any class, any subclass, everyone can, or like you can access these methods from anywhere. So if you don't mention anything, that means they are public in nature. And then we have discussed this interface supports the functionality of multiple inheritance. So we said like there was one interface, then we had two classes deriving from this interface. So that was like multiple inheritance. We'll be seeing more on this. I have like 4 examples to teach or like to show with interfaces. So we'll cover one of this again. And we can define interface with help of interface keyword. The final would be okay. Now there's one small thing which we need to know, which is from one class you can extend another class. So from class B extends class A. So you can do this. You can extend, but if there's an interface in picture, you have to use implements. So class A implements, let's call an interface as interface A. Okay, so You have a class A which needs to implement interface. So for class and class, they extend, but class and interface, they implement. Okay, so these words are very important. And then final is interface and interface. Interface A extends interface B. Okay, so you see a class can extend from a class, an interface can extend from an interface, but class and interface, they have to implement. They have to implement, or like they have to be implemented. Okay, so this are important explanation. Delete. Final would be we can't create, or like we can create instance, or we can create object reference for interface, but we cannot create, or we cannot instantiate interface. So these are some features of interface, and we will see them one by one, like all these topics which we are seeing here. So this we have already seen, a class extending a class. We have done this throughout our morning today, and also in last session. If there's two class, they extend. Then today morning we saw like how a class can implement an interface. This also we have seen. I'll show it to you again. And then we'll learn more on interface. Let's see. So yeah, an interface, if you create any interface, it will look like this. It will have this eye icon on top of the file. So all these are like interface for me. So the circle.java is one of the interface file. Flying.java is one of the interface file. Shape and swimming are all my interface files. So all interface file will have eye on top of it, the file. So let's see this one, flying and swimming. I think we had explained. So I've created two instance interface here. One says flying, void fly. Is the same example what I used in morning. So one says fly, one says swimming. So these are the two interface I've created. Now what I'll do is I will try to use this interface for swimming. So to use it, I have to just call class, or like this is my new class which I'm creating, and it's implementing swimming interface. So I can create a method. I have written override, but it's not required. That's what we saw in previous session, that override is not required for interface, but I have written it for now. If I try to execute this code, oh, sorry, there's no main. I have to put a main method first. So I have this interface 1, interface 2, and then I have a class which implements the second interface. Now I need to run it through my main interface, which is, no, it's not this. Where is my main interface? Well, this is, it will be this. Okay. This is dot multiple inheritance. Where is my main? Okay, it's here. I think it's this one. So we have fish inheritance implement swimming. Let's use this one. Okay. I think I'm just explaining the same topic what I've explained in the morning. It's using different file names here. So let's not confuse ourselves by seeing so many file names. What I'm trying to explain is if we have interfaces like maybe this interface is flying has a method called fly. This one says swimming has method called swim. In fish, I'm just implementing using swimming. So I'm overwriting the method which is written here. And in main, I will create the instance of this fish class first and try to display this swim and see what happens. So I'll run the code. My JVM will start the code execution here. At this point, JVM will create an object of this class, this fish interface inheritance class. After creating this class, it would come here and it would see like, okay, uh, it has to, um, yeah, after creating this object, it will again go back here and see what it's being called. So here I'm calling fish.swim. With the help of this object, I'm calling swim. So it will go back to the class from where I'm calling. It will see this override written, or like even if it does not matter, like this will kind of override whatever was written in swim in interface. So in interface, we are writing it, but here we are overriding it. So it will display fish can swim. So this is the execution flow of interface on like how do you use interface and what type of things you can do with interface. So this is one of the example where a class implements an interface. Okay. We have already seen this, already covered for this topic. Let me write it down. In a detailed version interface. Let's create one interface, swimming. Let's all create one interface called swimming and add this void swim inside it. So let's all do that. Like to do this, you just have to go to new and then create interface at this point. So click on interface. You'll see a interface. It will ask you to give your interface name. You can give your interface name here and click on finish. And inside that, you have to copy this part where it says interface swimming and you have to copy this void swim. You have to just initiate a method or like say that there's this method called void swim. We'll be seeing this in future. And then you have to create class.
I'm sorry, sure.
Yeah.
Did Like the name of the interface can be anything, right?
Sorry?
Anything. The name of the interface, like the naming of the interface, when you create it can be anything.
Oh yeah, it can be anything. Yeah, you can name this interface as anything. Does not matter. But it should start with a capital letter.
Okay.
Yeah, you can name it anything. Doesn't matter. But you should know, like whatever you name it, when you're creating a class, you have to implement and the name, this swimming is my interface name. You see, this is my interface file, right? So this is my interface name and I'm using implements in front of it. So you have to use it this way. So this is like the syntax to use interfaces. So after you create interface, the next thing is to create a class, implementing that interface. So whatever name you give, make sure that you create a class with implementation of that. So to do this easy way, you have to again go to new, you have to go to class, create a new class. So give some name here. And in interfaces, you can add your interface. So when I click on add, it will show me my, like currently it's showing inheritance folder. So I have to get to my interfaces, learning. So if I go to my interfaces learning dot, if I click this interface learning dot, it will show me all the interfaces which it has. I can create like flying or swimming or anything and then press. So that way it will create all the interfaces in my class.
Yeah, but sure. But
Yeah,
when I try to add the interface I've created, it's not coming out in the options.
you're not getting the options.
Yes, like when I choose interfaces, it's
Okay,
not
so before
showing as part of the options.
let's try to do this. So when you click on add, you're not getting these options, right?
Yes, at all.
Okay,
Not
but
even
what
seeing any
you see here,
interface.
your package name has to be the package name of what your where your
Oh, okay.
interface is stored. So if I type interface learning, oh sorry,
Oh,
capital L. If I say interface learning and then I click on dot, it will show me all the interfaces what I have. Faces learning. Okay. So see, I have 4 interfaces. It will directly switch. So you have to write your package name. So this is my package name, right? So
okay.
if I say interface learning dot, then it will show me all the interfaces which I have. Then I can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, how much ever I feel like, and add them all to my class. And if they're adding it multiple times.
It's still not showing any interface. Maybe
Sorry?
when I practice it on my own, I can't still see any. It's not even showing the like. I checked the like I'm working under a folder homework Java, but still not showing. Maybe I'll try it after the class.
So your voice is too low. It's difficult to understand what you're saying. So what were you
No,
saying?
I said I cannot see the options still. Like because where
Okay.
I stored the interface file, like the folder, I still can't see it. So
So
maybe
screen, we'll quickly check.
okay. Yeah, so
And even if your Eclipse does not show, it does not matter because you can write it, like you can type it by yourself. Why do you
okay.
have 2 package names here? You should never have 2 package names. So can
Yeah.
you remove this package interface learning? Yeah. Oh, yes. Remove this one. Yes, perfect. Okay. Now what you're trying to do,
I'm
oh,
trying
you're
to
trying
create.
to create an interface called, uh,
I've created interface already. Bio IF
okay, perfect.
interface. I created it.
Then remove this swimming interface. Like just type void swim. Yeah, remove this and so remove line number 6 and paste it in line number 4. So line number 6, cut and paste it in line number 4. delete 5, 6, 7 line number. No, not 8. Keep 8. 5, 6, 7. Delete. Delete 5 again. Perfect. So now what you have done is you have created an interface called BioIF, and then
Yes.
you have created a method or like just an um, you're just saying that there will be a method called swim uh, created in future. So you can save this file first. Save it. Okay. Now create a class. No, you have to not create from here. If you create from here, then it's a lengthy process. So click somewhere. You see homework Java.
Yes.
Not here. Yeah, there. From here, click. Do a right click and go to new, and then create a class. Or else you will end up creating so many methods. Okay. Oh, name is discourage. Okay, now in add interfaces, add it.
It's not in there. That's what I was.
Wait. Type homework. Oh, you have created an interface with capital letter. Okay. Type homework, right?
Okay.
You close. Click on add. Write HOME, capital HOME, work Java dot. No, not now. Like your this name has to be same name as your package name. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Click
Yes.
on dot. Create full stop.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
See?
okay.
Yeah. Click on this and press OK or add. Yeah. Click on that. Press add. Perfect. Press OK. See? No, it
Okay.
is there.
Okay.
And you can click on finish.
Okay.
So with the help of this, you don't have to write all this. See, it created everything for you by itself. It
Okay.
told you that there is a method which has to be created, uh, and now you can just write your method. So you can write a system out. Okay, so this is the way you have to do it. Like this is
Okay.
okay,
All right.
perfect. So you can stop sharing this.
Thank you.
No worries.
Shrikant, I am still not able to see the interfaces. I mean, I
Sorry.
only have one. I'm not able to see like when I'm adding the interface in the
Okay.
class. Can I
Let's.
also share?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So,
Okay, so you are doing it from week 3, learning Java. Okay, can you please can you click on cancel first?
okay.
Okay, and then do a cancel again. Okay, from week 3, try to create one now.
Yeah,
Where's your interface? Oh, it's here. Okay, I see it. I see
yeah.
it. Okay, perfect.
So here, right? Week
Yeah,
3.
create new
Create,
class.
should I name
Okay,
it first?
write some class name. Swim, add. You have to do
So,
week 3,
so this is what it is. Week 3.
learning Java. Yeah, press. Click on dot.
It's not coming.
Write capital S.
Mm,
Strange.
mm.
I don't know. Why don't you see? Can you click on cancel and let me see the package name and everything is
Yeah,
correct?
she didn't save that actually.
Oh, the file is not yet saved? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This one?
To save it first, correct. Yeah.
The
Only
interface?
then,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, always the file has to be saved in order for you to see
Okay.
them and
Let
add
me try.
dot.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
it's you. If
Thank
you
you.
don't save it, you don't see it.
Okay.
Finish.
We don't need main here.
Yeah. It will check in by itself and see you have this. So that means that, you have to write some code here and complete this swim.
Got
But
it.
if you don't write it, then this will be skipped.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You can save it again. So always save it before, if you don't find it somewhere, pretty much you have not
Not
saved.
been saved. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so done. So then you can all copy this part. Okay, I've already shared this part. The final would be to call it from main. And then your main class will look like this. This is your main class. Make sure you run this also. So we would have completed class implements interface. So this section is completed. So we created an interface. We made class implements interface. And then finally class calls calls or let me copy this code here. Interface is created. Class class implements here. And finally main method. So this is one type when there's a class which implements an interface. So we have seen the execution of that. Now we will see the next point. The next one is of multiple inheritance. Let's see what this one has to say. Okay. Now, what if a class inherits from two different interfaces, right? The one which we just saw, it was inheriting from this fish interface was inheriting or like implementing only one interface. But there is a chance where there's one class which is taking from two interfaces, right? So now we will try on doing that. So one class implementing two interfaces, okay? So let's see how that would work. So we have again same flying as one of the interface. We have swimming as another interface. Now we are going to create a class. So before doing this, you have to create two interfaces. One is flying, one is swimming. So make sure you guys create these two. So I think you have not created flying. So create, what did I send last time? I sent only swimming. Okay. So you have already created swimming interface. Try to create one more called flying. Okay. And in next topic, we are going to see, so topic is class A implements from interface A and interface B. Okay. And in diagram, it would be like there's interface A, there's interface B, and this class extends from both. Okay. This is interface A, this is interface B, and this is class. Okay. So I always said, like, if there's an interface, implement is the key. So class whatever your class is has to implement both. So this is the scenario which we are checking right now, or we are working on. To do this, I need to have interface A. So first interface, which I've already shared with you before, was swimming. So I'll take interface A as swimming, interface B as flying, which will have void fly. And then I will create a class which extends from both of these. So let's do that. Let's create a class which extends from both. I'll show you how to create a class with two of interfaces, right? So let me see. Multi interface extension. Okay, so I'll do this add, and then I'll click on flying and swimming, and then add. Press open. So that way I have flying and swimming here. This is my class, and finish. Oh, I forgot to check one button. New class. Okay. Multi interface class. Flying swimming. Okay. Interface package is nice. Everything is fine. Inherited from extract nice methods. Okay. So if everything is fine, then it will show me two of my methods to input. And since I have it written here, where do we go? I'll not say more. I'll say duck can swim, duck can fly. So I have single class implementing two interfaces. That means it has to write the methods which is present in both. So I have created and I have written them both. And finally, in my main class, I have to call them. So in my main class, so I'll create a new class which is called main. So main just write the word. And here first, as always, I have to create instance in order to access this.
Sri,
Yeah.
main method.
Sorry? Oh, main.
Yeah, main method.
Nice, nice. I like it. Public static void main string. Okay. So then delete dot. I'll call fly and then I'll call swim. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So then I've created the object instance, and now if I run it, I'll see whatever I've defined in my methods that is displayed. Okay. So this is the second type where you have multiple interfaces. You're creating a class implementing two interface and then executing and then creating an object and calling all the methods which is defined. Okay, so I will share the codes. So this is your implements. Make sure that you see here that there are two interfaces. That is very important. And the final thing would be this part, your main class. Make a note of all this. Main method calling the by classes. Okay, I hope everyone executed all this. If not, I'll be sharing the file so you can then execute by yourself. We'll move ahead with the next topic where this again, it's not next topic, it's one of the concepts of interfaces. So now we have seen two concepts of interface. Moving ahead with the third one, which is interface extends from interface. Okay. So let's put it like this. We did see all the things about perfect. Yeah, now we have to see interface extends from interface. I have already practiced this, so I have written an interface called shape, and then I'm creating one more interface called circle, which extends from the first one. Okay. So this one extends the shape of circle. And here also I'm defining two things. Then final is class implements circle. So circle implementation. Okay, this is one of the good example. So first I want everyone to create a interface called shape and assign a value called draw in it. To create one interface called shape and give a method called draw. Once this is done, you have to create another interface, but this time you have to extend it from the shape which you already created. So if I go to this part, new, what I'm doing here is I have an interface called shape. This is I. The interface called shape. I'm extending this to interface called circle. Okay. So this one has a method called, what was the method called? Draw. Okay. And this one would have a method called, what is the method I'm using here? Draw circle. Draw circle. Now, so both of these are like our interface, and when you try to do two things within interfaces, you have to use the keyword extends. And now if you want to create class which implements this interface, so you have to create a class, and this class will have features of both these interface. So we will be seeing that part, like how does all this work. So we have created this shape, you have created this interface. No, you have not created. I'll give it to you now. Then you can create this interface. Second one, which is extending from the first one. So this is second interface called circle, and it's extending from shape. And the third thing which you will do is create a class which implements circle, and you have to make sure that you see both the objects here, not object, both the methods here, and you have to fill in both the methods, or else you'll get error. So you have to make sure of all these keywords, keep in note of how two interfaces can be implemented, how a class can be implemented, and things like that. Those are like um what you said, those are oops concept, and you have to get used to these concepts. In real time, you won't be using so many of these um functionalities, but it's good to just know that all these exist. You would mostly be using objects and how to create objects, and mostly you'll be using Java, method overloading, method overriding. Sometimes you'll use constructor. Interfaces are not very widely used, but people do use interface. So in some places, I haven't used it up until now. But it's good to know at least what interface is, or how what are the different operations which can be performed with the help of interface. So we have created a class which implements this circle, and you can see that both parent interface method is present here and the child interface method is present here. So I'll be defining them here. And then finally, I have created an object of this class file and executed both the types of methods. So if I run this, I'll see that whatever I've written here is coming, or it's getting executed from main interface, and I can say here child interface. Okay, and this is my final Java class. So these are the steps of interface extends and interface. First, you have to create a circle, then, sorry, shape interface, then create a circle interface extending from shape, create a class, implements the circle, and then finally your main class. Okay. While you guys are working on that, I'll just create one diagram, which is something which is very important and place where interfaces are most widely used. Okay. Let me know if you have all executed the previous one. Perfect. Okay, now we are going to read something called hybrid inheritance. Yeah. So all these rectangular boxes are class, and this circular box circles are interfaces. So let's see how the code is. So we have bird, which displays something. Then we have flying and swimming are generic classes. Flying, swimming are, sorry, are generic interfaces. And then we have a parrot, okay, which extends. Wow, this is good. Okay, so think of it this way. Okay, so you have a bird class, then you have two of interfaces. One is flying, one is swimming, and then you have a parrot class. So this parrot class is extending the bird class. Okay, so this one. So this parrot class is extending this bird one by implementing these two interfaces. I mean, you don't have to understand everything like in detail for time being, but you can just think like this is like an hybrid inheritance, um, which is um, which could be required somewhere. And if in case like if it is required, then how would you do it? So parrot will extend from bird, and then parrot will implement flying and swimming. So now we'll see how all this can be done through our Java code. So let's go here. So I have first class called bird. It does nothing. It has one method called display, and it will say bird is the category. That's it. This is first. Then we have to interface the same like what we had before. One is flying, one is swimming, and the third one is parrot. So now this parrot class which we are creating is extending from the bird class, and it's implementing flying and swimming. So you see you have everything here. So a class extending from another class, and then it's also implementing two interfaces. So when these two interfaces, if you're implementing, you're kind of giving them values, or like giving these methods some values. So bird can fly, bird can swim. Let me change this. Bird can't swim. Or actually they can swim. So I'll see, or let's, since it's parrot, I'll do the parrot can fly. You know, they can swim. Perfect. And then finally, I need to write my main class. I think I should have one. For sake of saving time, I'll use the class which I've already created. So I've created a parrot P1 object, and then I'm displaying from the main class p1 dot display. So p1 dot display is from which one? From bird here. The display is from bird. So I can display that one plus I can display fly and swim. So I can run this method plus this method. So let's run it from here. And you see it displays all the three part, or like it lists out all the three part. So we have gone through the explanation with the help of these diagram first, and then I have changed this diagram into different classes and interfaces. So first is bird class, second is flying interface, third is swimming interface, fourth is parrot, which is extending from the bird class. So bird class is like a parent class for parrot, and then parrot class implements flying and swimming. So all the three taken care in one step. Uh, After that, after you write all or like give information of all these sub methods, you can create object of this parrot class, and you can call this fly, this swim, and also this display. Okay. I hope this is clear. And if not, like you might have to practice a little bit on like what are interfaces and different combinations of how to call interface, how to create or extend class and interface together. So we have covered all the topics and different permutation and combination. Uh, Again, when you get some programming questions where you need all these functionalities, and if you already know them, then it will be easy for you to code it. So these are like OOPS concept, like object-oriented programming concept, which you need to know. So I'll be sharing all this code right now. I'll start with bird class. Right. So
So
this is my
Shrikant,
bird class, so first class.
sorry. So Shrikant, all this is to just access methods from different like interfaces and
Yes,
classes, right? Okay.
correct. Yes. That's the, yeah, different ways you could achieve
Access the methods and
accessing the methods.
variables also. Okay.
Yeah, but if you kind of master this part where you understand what is objects and how to play around with objects, that means you're kind of clearing half of OOPS concept, or like even more than half of the OOPS concept. And once these concepts are clear, anything is easy for you then, the later part.
Okay.
Okay. So try to practice, like the more and more you practice with different examples, you'll get better with these. So the thing which we learned just now is hybrid inheritance. I have provided the explanation here. So it's says class bird, then there's an interface, this and this, class parrot extends from this, and main class open. I think this is good enough of an explanation. Let me send you the code, and I would need few more minutes before at least I wind up package and access modifier. I just have two more topics to finish. Once I'm done with those, we'll wind up the session. I think you already have flying and swimming. I'll share parrots, part of the code and interface. Even if you guys didn't copy this, don't worry. I'll be sharing all the files uh, at the end of the session so that you will, and I'll also mention the class name and method names and everything so that it's easy for you to go there and reference from there. And we are done with interface and ready to move to the next topic, which is access modifier. Oh, before even going to access modifier, there's something called package. So since now we should be aware of what package is. So in package, you're storing all your Java files, all your interfaces, and you can also create a sub package within a package. So source, you can also create a package within inside this package. In real time environment, when there's a package involved, you will try to place all the classes which are of similar type into one package. So each package will have similar type of classes, interfaces, and things. So that way it's easy for uh, viewing purpose, for understanding purpose of, because there'll be like millions of, or not even millions, like there could be like hundreds and thousands of files. And if you have package, that means like it's like proper folder with proper class files, and it's easy to understand. So that's why we have Java packages, which kind of groups similar type of classes and interface and sub packages. And package can be uh, of two types. One are built-in package, which you see here. So all these are like built-in packages, which you import also sometimes. We have seen some cases or classes where we kind of imported things from uh, utility, util. There's something called Lang, Java, AWT, JVex, Swing. There's so many inbuilt packages which we use by importing it. We type like import and use it. So that those are built in, and some are user defined. User defined as in like we define it and we try to access those. Like there are all these packages which I have created. So all these are like user defined packages. Now, if I'm working with the main or like some class in this file, and I need to create object of this class, oh sorry, this package from here. So how would I do it? So I have to import this package first and then do it. So we'll see some examples of how to import from different packages in your source repository. Do I have any example? Okay, let's see. Package learning. Okay. So I have this class called employee, sorry, department, and then I have a class called employee. And where am I doing from? Interface learning, and I'll try to access package learning method. Okay, so I have two packages. You can see one is interface learning and the another one is package learning. Okay, so in package learning, I have created two class files. One is called department and another one is called employee. So these are like two classes I have created. And now I want to access these files from my different package. So how would I be able to access these files from different package? So for that, I first have to import it. First have to import it as in like you have to import, and there are two ways to import. You can either import the entire package. So I can import this complete package, which means it will import all these files by typing this keyword called import space package name dot star. This star represents all the file inside this package. Or I can use, or I can just import the required classes instead of all, because then it will kind of import everything. That will cause like memory issues, and it will make my runtime a little bit slower. So what I would do is like instead of importing all the files, I know that this class would need only employee and department classes. So I can just type import, type package name dot class name. So this is the syntax for importing a package, or like importing a class from a package. If you want to import all the class from package, you have to use this sentence or you have to use this syntax. And after that, you can create an object of uh, this class, and you can do the normal activities of whatever you want to do. So for time being here, we are kind of displaying um, and we are passing John 101 and displaying the and displaying whatever is written here in employee. So we have display, so it will display name and ID. Similarly, in department, we are creating an object of department, and after creating, we are displaying the department name. So that's what it's going to do. I'll run this code, and you see, we see John 101 and department. So the method is in different package. The classes are in different package, but we can work with these with the help of import. Without this import, you cannot work. So let me show that part also. See, your class will not know. Your Java does not know where these classes are coming from. It's like employee cannot be resolved, department cannot be resolved. So importing is required for your package to know that this is coming from somewhere else, or your program to know that this is coming from package which is not uh, the package this file resides in. It's coming from somewhere else outside. Okay. I hope there's no doubt in this one. If there's any doubt, please go ahead and ask me right now.
So supposing actually can't supposing a package that
Again, you
I
have to
have.
speak a little bit loud because I can't hear.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
It's still slow, but I can
Still
try.
okay. I'm my headphones are not very good, so I'll try to speak a bit louder.
Okay.
So supposing I have a package,
Okay.
and or supposing Priya has a package and I want to access a class from her package. Is that possible or no?
Again, your repository should have it. Like if you both are sharing same repository, imagine
Okay,
that means like if you and
right.
Priya, so imagine that the repository has to be same. So you should be able to see her uh, package and her files here. So if that is possible, then yes, you can do it. Imagine this interface learning to be your folder. You
Mhm.
have all your files here, and this package learning to be my folder, and I have all my files here. So I
Okay,
can
so you need to
we
be
can
able to
we
see
can
my
share it.
package.
But imagine if you are in different project itself. Imagine you are
Mhm,
in automation testing and
mhm.
you want to do from here to here, then it's not possible.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So how is it possible to get then someone else's package? I just have to
Yeah, you have to
go
just
to
import it. So
import.
this is same no. Like this is package from what we say. This package is different package and this package is different. So see, this package learning is different and this is different.
Yes,
But they all belong to same repository.
same repository. Okay.
Yeah, this is the common. Like you can't access from intro to Java or Eclipse or automation testing. You have to make
Mm,
sure that it's in this source because your
okay.
Java can't go beyond this.
Okay. So like how we share class files, is it also possible to share the packages like that
Because
you do?
if you work in like
Oh
companies,
yeah, 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 I
you
guess.
will all be having same repository. So this
Okay.
source will be same for all, like you,
Wow.
me, Priya, and everyone. So
Wow.
source file will all be same, and packages will be defined. Yeah, and you will be changing few files here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you are using files from different packages, then you have to use this import function and call those. But yeah, you cannot go beyond your source repository and
Repository.
download files from others and work there.
Got it.
In order to do that, you can also do this. You can,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to access files from like maybe intro to Java or things, you have to create a jar and then put it as a library here and then access it. Even that is possible. So all these are nothing but files which other people have created, but they have some things which it does. So you use these files for your program, like for importing and everything. So you import it and then use it. So similarly, it's like that.
Okay.
Yeah, once we have GitHub and
Mm-hmm.
all start loading or like pushing our codes into GitHub,
Mm-hmm.
that will kind of give you an clarity of like how it happens in real time. But again, everyone should work on same GitHub for that. Like if we all have different GitHubs, then it will not work.
And then I'm not very
Okay,
familiar with GitHub,
your voice is gone.
but oh sorry.
Yeah.
Does GitHub also show you the updates that someone else
Yes, it
basically
does. It
has
does.
made? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
GitHub directly shows, I don't know how is the GUI of GitHub. I have not worked with GitHub GUI a lot, but I have used like IntelliJ plus GitHub together, and in that it shows like who has made changes, what
Oh,
changes
good.
they have done, and everything. So we will try to see those things in our
Okay.
next. So that's what I didn't. I was preparing for these materials, so I didn't get time to prepare for Git. So next session, I think I'll be done with Git part. So we will see how to push code, pull code from Git, how to commit, and when we commit, can someone see those commits or not?
Okay, very nice. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that way you will know. Okay, so these are like package handling, which we have just covered. Now we can move to access modifier. I promise this will not take a lot of time. Just four small things to cover, which is like there are four types of access modifier. Starting with, okay, why do we need access modifier? Okay, we have to first answer that question. Oh, so packages, it's complete. I will give the complete notes, but access modifier. Okay, so what happens in access modifier is, um, why do we need access modifier? Access modifier is required to tell the scope of something. So there are four types of access modifier. They are private, default, protected, and public. We have seen public everywhere up until now because we have worked on everything which says public, public, public. You see public here in front of class. You see public in front of main. You see public in creating any methods, right? So you will see public almost everywhere. What this public means? It means that these files or these files or like these classes or methods or classes methods or uh, even what else can it be, classes methods, yeah, these two. So these things can be accessed from any package. Okay, from any package. So like if a class is of type public, that means any, and yeah, class has to be of type public, so ignore that part. If there's a method which is of type public, it means this method and this class can be accessed from anywhere or like any package in your repository. But if there are some conditions, there are some situations where you don't want your methods or your variables to be gone out of or like it should not be accessed beyond the class. So then you will change the access modifier to private, default, protected. So this is why we need these access modifiers to limit your uh, whatever is in the class, like name it variables or methods, to be utilized by some other packages or methods. So that's why we need it. So now we will see through each and every um, access modifier and see what is the scope of it. Scope in the sense who all can see when a class is of type public, who all can see when a, a variable is of type private, and things like that. Sorry, so we'll start with private first. Access modifier. Okay, this is private. Let me close these two things. Okay, so private class. So I have a private class, sorry, public class. Class will always be public, so don't worry on that. Then we have a public static void main. So your void main, the first main always has to be public. Again, that's the syntax. Now let's try to find. Okay, and how do we move from? So I have created an object of a class called my class. If I want to go to that class, I have to just press Control and then click on that. So it will take me directly to that class, like wherever the class is written. So I have this main class, but again, so I've created a class which is of type public. Okay, this always class should be public, but then I have created a variable which is of type private. So when I say something as private, if I mark something as private, that means the visibility of that field or like that variable will be only within my class. So beyond my class, I should not be able to change or like even view it. Okay, so that's where private is used. So private has a scope. If anything is marked private, then the scope of that will be limited to your class. You cannot see beyond it. So in order to access those files or like those, not files, those variables or those methods, you have to come up with the different methods, and you can call those methods to see their value. So let's see for an example. Before even going into an example, let me write some notes for private, which is very important. Private. We just have 4 codes and then we'll be done. So bear with me for like 10-15 minutes max. Private visibility of private is only within the class. We have to make sure that we are, and this can only be applied to methods and variables and not to the class. So class cannot be private, it has to be public. Okay, but your methods and variables can be private. Good. So that is visibility of private. So private has the least visibility, which you can see only within your class and nowhere else. So we can have a class with private member variable and private method variable. So like private methods, where is it? Okay, so like how we have a variable of type private, we have method of type private. So these two are done. If we try to access these two files, like this private plus this one, from a class outside it, like from an object, then we will get an error. Okay, now let's see how we get that error. So I'll go to my class, my private main method. I have created an object of my class. I can do it because I can create an object, but now I'll try to, access this part, like to view it or to do anything. I will try to access this private variable and see what happens. So if I try to view it, this will be all fine. But now let me try to, okay. I've created an object, obj, of my class. And what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to view this private variable, which is this one. So this is my private variable. If I try to view it, I will get an error. So the error is, see, this error says the field my class dot private variable is not visible. It's not visible because I have made this variable as private. That means like from anywhere outside my this class, if I try to access it, I will get an error saying that this is not visible to you. You cannot access it. However, there has to be a loophole or workaround all the time in order to make sure that you can see these values. So what I have done in my class is I have created a void display, which is of public type, just to display this value of private variable. So what I will do is like this one I can, I mean like, and I also have to explain that, that these variables will work inside the class. So inside this class, I'm trying to print it, but again, this is inside the class, so it will work. So now let me show how it works. So I've created an object, and after creating an object, I'm trying to call this display private variable. Okay, so this is the method which I have created inside my class, which is this one. So public void display private variable. So when I start this code, it executes the code, and while executing, first it creates an object. Second time, it will, in second statement, it will see object dot display private variable. So it will first go to my class. It will see, and in so how the execution will take place. So let me show you the execution part. This is very important. Okay, so I've explained this before, but I'm explaining it again. So what will happen is my controller, or like my compiler, will first come to, while creating the object. So when it sees this line, right, while creating an object, it will come to this place. It will say private variable. So it will create an object obj, and after that, it will see a private variable. So it will write private variable. Okay. So yeah, think of it as like private variable. Okay. And then it will see constructor. So what I said, constructor will be executed when I'm creating my object. So this will be executed, and private variable will be assigned with the value of 10. So if I go to this one, now my object is initiated, and it has this private variable in it, and the value of that is 10. Okay, so this is my initial stage, or initial state for this one. After which I'm going to call this method. So this method is public, which means I can access it from anywhere. Uh, so I'm going to call this method. So here I'm creating an object. I mean, the object is created. So now I'm calling this private variable. So it will call this private variable. And when it calls it, it will execute whatever it finds inside. So it was saying that system.out.println. And now here it's trying to display the value. And since this method falls inside this part, inside this my class, it can get executed. It will not, it is not kind of, uh, yeah, it can be executed because this is not, it, because I've told like this private can be executed anywhere within the class where I'm writing it. So this falls inside the class, and hence I can use it. So I hope this is clear. So this is for the method. And if I make my method as private, so private method here. So see, I've made this method as private. If I try to access this private method from outside, it will throw me an error. Okay, so let's see where. Okay, this one listed. So my object is already created, obj. I'm trying to access this private method. So this is of private type. When I try to access it from outside, I'm getting an error. And the error would be private method from is not visible. It's not visible as in like this part of the code has no rights to see that. Hence you're getting this error. So I will comment this back. I'll go to my main class, and I'll write like a similar method inside this my class to execute this. So what I'm doing is I'm creating one more method, and inside this method I'm calling this private method. And now I can call this method from outside, or like from my main class, and you'll see that works. So I'm calling this public method, calling private method. So this one from here. Now, if I execute this code, you can see that first your private variable was displayed here, and second, your private method will be displayed. So, or like will be executed. We will come to this one, private calling method. It will display this line first, calling private method from public method. and then when it executes this line, it will go up, and then it will execute this one. So this is how you can execute any private method in by protecting all their uh, protecting it from outside classes, and with help of this type of strategies, you can display it. You can just display it. Okay, so this is all about private. The next is protected. So private, how I said, was within the class. Protected is the next. No, sorry. Let's go with default first, and then we'll move to protected. So next is default. I have default main class and default class. So what is different in default? So default has access within the class and within the package. So this one, so if there is something marked default, that means the access will be given throughout the package. So each and every file here can access this file. If you don't write anything, like no package, if you don't write it specifically, if you don't say it public, if you don't write anything, that means it's default. Okay, so default means anyone inside the package can use it, and anything, or like anyone inside the class can use it. So within the class and within the package, this can be called easily without any problem. So if you don't write anything, that means it's of default type, and it also means that anyone within your package can access this file, access its methods, variables, and everything. Okay, so that is default. Let's see, or like first I'll show a working model of default, which is this is my default class with integer, default variable, and default method. So again, method will, if there's nothing on before this void, that means this method is also default. There's nothing here, this means its variable is also default. And there's nothing before this, that means your class is also default. So all these three are of default types, and hence it can be accessed within your package and within the class. Okay, so this is simple. I'll try to run this code, and this says like default. So I've created an object, and then I'm trying to set a value of 10 into the object. So I can do that. I can set the value of this to 10, and I can display the value of this also. Let me try to do this. Okay, so I can display the value. See, the default method is 10, and the value also is displayed. So everything was easy. We could access this. Now we will try to find the error. Error as in, like, if we try to access this file from outside the package, then what will happen? So this is my access modifier package. I'm trying to access this file from maybe package Java or package learning. I'll try to access with this file. Okay. So I'm importing this default class. So again, I told you, if you're trying to access files from another package, you have to first import. So I've imported this default my class. So see, I've imported this class, and now when I'm trying to import, I'm getting the error. It says that this package is not visible. Why? Because we have marked it with default, and hence it means this can be accessed only within this access modifier package and not beyond it. So this is one type, and we will be moving to third type. So don't worry about the code. I'll be sending it to you so you can practice it when you have time. But I want everyone to be in understanding of what packages or what these access modifiers are. So now we are cleared on private and default. The next is protected. So protected is a little bit complicated, uh, but we'll see what is protected. So we have seen these. Now we'll see protected class error. No, protected class, protected. Okay, let's see what happens with protected. Where is the protected main? Okay, if you mark something as protected, class error, main class, and class extension. Okay, where is protected here? Protected class. I'm trying to find where my real class was for protected. Protected and the protected class.
I think in the access modifier package,
Sorry.
in the access modifier package,
Oh yeah.
uh,
Okay, it's here. I see. Thank you. These are like the off opposite part, like to explain how to overcome these issues. Okay. Means yesterday I was working on all these class files and I've created them so many, and now even I'm confused where is what. But I need this code to explain, or else it's very difficult.
this
Okay,
is
so
great. It
protected
must be a
class
lot of
is,
work.
yeah, it needs a lot of work.
Yeah,
And yeah, that's true.
exactly.
And the main problem is like all these file names also have to be little bit different. And that took a lot of time. It's like same explanation, but I need to have like different variations of it. But yeah, but it's like just one time explanation. So I just want everyone to be in same understanding as me. So now this is protected class, it's here. Okay. Okay, so now what is protected? Like we have already covered private and default. So protected is something. For protected can be accessed within the class. So you can access it within the class. Uh, then you can access it within the package. So you can access it from any file within the package. And third one it says is you can access it outside the package, but you have to make sure that you create a subclass first and then access it. So that's the third catch. So you can access it within the class, within the package. And third one is from outside the package, but it has to be a subclass. So now we will see how to create the subclass to access it. Okay, so protected modifier, like the access modifier for protected is protected. This word protected has to be added in front of your variable or your method. You can't add in front of your class. So make sure you put in your head that class can be public or like sometimes default, but nothing else. You can't have protected or private in class. So this is protected type of a method, and this is also protected type of a method. So now we'll try to access this protected method from, you can easily access within the package. So I'm not explaining that part. You can try it on yourself, or try it by yourself. Uh, and we'll see how to handle this through external class. So let's do that. Protected accessible within the package. So protected class has variable constructor this. Package learning, protected class extension. Okay. Package learning protection class, protected class extension. Okay. So here we can see that you can import successfully. Your import works fine. So you have imported from access modifier package into package learning. So this is your current package. This is from where you're importing, and you're creating or you're extending this class. So see, you can extend the class, and then you can, what you're doing here is classing. So you're creating a constructor. See the protected class extension and this protected class. So this is like creating a constructor. and passing this value to its superclass to assign the value, which is like to passing the value to its parents class. So it will come to this one and then it will assign the value to protected variable. So this is what it's going to do, at least this line. And then here it will display the first line will display the protected variable, and second is it will access the protected method. The protected method is here, protected method. So it will all work fine because I am trying to call this protected method inside a method, inside a subclass. So it will work fine. So now let's see how it works. And then I'll show the error also, like placed when it won't work. So this is fine, it will work fine. So I have created a class, which you can see this class is outside my package. This is my main class. This is from where I'm accessing this class. So my main class is here. I'm creating an object here. So first I'm creating a class. And after creating the class, and I'm telling like, okay, create a subclass and try to access this protected through the subclass. I'm not directly accessing it. And hence it's possible. But now let's try to create or like try to access this protected class directly without creating this class. I've created one class, no? I've extended this class, which is like created a subclass first and then did the work. Subclass is like child class. So I've extended it and then if I work with this, it will work. But if I directly work with it, I'll get an error. So see, this one will say it's not visible. So protected means like you have to make sure from first you have to extend the class into your package and then you can access everything within that class or like all the protected member of that class. But if you directly try to access these class variables or methods, you will get an error. So that's it. This is the only difference which you have between protected and others. So protected, you can use all this from different package, but you have to just make sure that you are creating a subclass first. Subclass is nothing but you extend a class and then use it. So this is one, and then final is public. Public, you can access anything from anywhere, from any package within your repository. So if anything is marked public, you can access it from anywhere without even creating a class, without even creating a subclass. I mean, yeah, if there is a class with some values and methods, if it's all public, you can access it from any methods, anything, or like any instance or object instance by creating an object instance of that class. So those are 4 access modifiers. Uh, I'll share all the files with you so that even you guys can practice all by yourself. That's it. We have exceptional handling and all those, which we will see it in next class. Exceptional handling and 2 more topics are left. One is exceptional handling and the other one is uh, lists and collections. So it's called Java collections. Those are like very important topics. We will cover them in next session. Is there any question anyone has on access modifier? I would strongly suggest everyone to execute all these codes, which I'll be sharing today, and try to understand what is the difference between uh, each and every, or like different types of concepts, because you have learned lots of concepts today. If I would have learned all this one day, I would need like at least 3-4 days to digest everything because it's like too deep in object-oriented programming. So I would suggest like I have covered all the basics with easy examples. So I'll be sharing these files. So make sure that you at least execute all of these uh, files one time in your machine and try to understand why is or like ask yourself this question of like why are we using super, why are we using this, why are we using final, why are we using um, this topic of interface, inheritance, and everything. So when you ask yourself why, you will get the answer of like, okay, this is the reason we are using it. So always ask yourself why and then do it. Okay, that's it from my side. Anything from anyone?
So, Shrikant, I was just thinking that means even these access modifiers and everything ha is actually a code. It's like a method probably that somebody has written,
Yes, everything has like someone has written something. Yes.
like what it should be doing, what private should be doing, and what.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Everything someone has written for sure somewhere. It's
Wow.
and they would have written it in the language which we will never understand. Yeah, it's yeah, that way it is. But yeah, it's interesting. While learning to teach you guys, I'm learning so many more stuff. So it's very interesting. Like there are so many things which I knew exist, but never knew this way. Now I have to ask these questions to myself, like why do we need this? And then I do more research and try to find more things. So that's what I'm giving to you guys. Like even you should try asking yourself why this topic is there, and then you will get an answer for it.
Shrikant, are these concepts commonly used by automation testers
Not
or?
exactly. Not
Mhm,
all, but it's good to know at least all these access modifiers. Inheritance, I've never used it in real life.
mhm,
I don't know. You know, inheritance I've used, sorry. I didn't use interfaces a lot.
mhm,
Uh, I have no idea why. I have not used in my programming a lot because maybe, but now since I know this interfaces like very well, I might be using some. I've not thought of any place where I could use interface, but I'll be using in future. But again, getting to know this is a good stuff because most of the interview questions would be on interfaces, on overloading, overriding, uh, plus some would be on your tight clutch, block exceptional handling, and those things. Plus, they will some interviewers might ask you questions on even these things, access modifier. They'll be like, what are different types of access modifier? What is protected? They won't ask you easy things in interview. They will ask you the toughest, which is very difficult to understand. And it's like if you answer those questions, you would know or you would know all the other details. So as part of learning process where you need to learn everything and be ready, we are kind of learning everything through the course. If I just go through the course material, all these are not explained in details, but in order for me to explain you in a easier way or the better way, I'm writing all these codes and explaining it through codes. So that's what I'm doing. If I just explain through theory, it will be difficult for you to understand. Maybe it will all go above your head. So I hope like that's why I want every one of you to practice it by running the code manually. Okay. If everything is good, then I'll say you all bye except Priya. Priya had one question. I will try to solve that now. And
Yeah, Shri, actually, I have solved it because what the question was, I tried to um, assign a value for a non-static variable inside a static method.
okay, we can check that and then yeah. I mean like we can stay on the call and then rest of them if you want to go, it's fine. You can hang up and chill now. This part of the uh, question will take some time to answer. So Priya, can you share your screen and then we'll try to solve this?
Yeah, sure. So this is the one.
Okay, stop recording.